Hello, and welcome back to another lovely episode of The Elder Rolls, where a bunch of online friends play a little game of Elder Scrolls-based homebrew Dungeons & Dragons. I am your host of the channel, Shade, also known as Plague Dr. Shade, and here with us, as usual, is the lovely, the menacing, the terrifying, and conniving co-host and dungeon master, Soul Angel.
Hello. I'm ready to make them suffer.
Can't wait. Smiles. So before we begin, typical, just normal 3 announcements today. Nothing major, but gotta get them done. So, first and foremost, this is a reminder to the chat that this game, all the players are above the age of 21. Thus being, it is a mature D&D game. This game includes depictions of adult themes such as drug and alcohol use, sexual themes, psychological torments, gore, body horror, and much, much more. The DM will often, but not always, put up a warning before such events occur. Keep this in mind if you continue to watch either live or during the VOD when this is posted later. Second, this is a reminder to the chat that the music used in this game is simply an addition and a superlative to the actual game. The main focus is the players, the story, whatever the DM is trying to cook up. Music is just there for some additional background. It's great. It's awesome. Of course, naturally, the music that is featured in this game is, of course, Elder Scrolls by Bethesda. But Soul, would you like to just briefly mention some of the other games and or pieces of media where you use the soundtracks?
We do have music from God of War and God of War Ragnarok, brought to you by Santa Monica Studios. We also have some music from Darkest Dungeon. Thank you, Red Hook. Larian Studios as well, both from Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity Original Sin 2. We also have 2 pieces of Destiny 2 music. I'm not telling you where they are. And maybe a piece or 2 from Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Not telling you where those are. Beyond that, it's mostly stuff I have pulled from tabletopaudio.com. Thank you, tabletopaudio.com. If you like their music, which you will hear throughout the game today, do go check them out. And if you really like it and want to use it for your games, they do have a Patreon to support them. Beyond that, I got a couple things off of YouTube that's completely meant for like D&D use. Shade.
Awesome. Thank you again. So yes, main thing, game, not the music. Thank you. Third and final thing. We are playing in a lovely little Discord called Esper. It's a system that is going to be based off of Elder Scrolls that is being made by our lovely Dungeon Master here and is going to be completely free whenever it gets released. Soul, would you like to talk about Esper real quick?
Esper is a freeform build how you like tabletop RPG based in the Elder Scrolls universe. In this system, you choose a race and one of 5 classes, but that's not what restricts you. You can take features from any class, and there are general features to choose from. This system is a predominantly roleplay heavy system with combat involved. I am currently working on the classes now that I have moved on from the basic races. And hopefully, as soon as I finish that, I will move on to the rest of the mechanics, the general features, the spells, and when I get all of that done, we'll do our first test. As I start working on the Game Master's Guide in the Bestiary. If you're interested, please join our Discord. Even if you're not interested in being a test, please join our Discord. We love to chat with people. You're all welcome there. Thank you.
Indeed. The Discord is pinned and linked in the chat for your guys' use. As per usual, if you're not able to catch us live, The VOD for this video will be linked to my YouTube, which is also in my Twitch channel, that you can check out later on in case you either fall asleep or can't catch us or whatever the reason, who knows. But it'll be uploaded roughly within a day or two after the original stream has ended. Keep that in mind. But that is it from me. Let's play D&D.
Yeah. Is everyone ready to suffer more of Manmarco's machinations?
I enjoy suffering.
Yeah, dog.
Suffering is... That's what we would call a masochist, Krim.
I can take the suffering from you. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyways, last we left off, the party met with the Elder Council to defend themselves from the accusations that were brought on by Arclane in the wake of Arclane's death. Of course, with Taliesin doing all the talking, arguing their case that they are innocent. Started off pretty bad, if you ask anybody. But Taliesin began presenting the evidence dating all the way back to the bandit plot in the early portions of the game. During the course of the meeting, the party started to notice one by one that Janice Haseldor does not appear to be like the other governors. And to clear the air, it is revealed that he's a vampire and has ruled over Skingrad since before the Oblivion Crisis. More than that, the other governors and High Chancellor Akato knew this. And with the air cleared, the meeting continued until Fennec's journal was presented as evidence. Written in Old Bretic, not much was expected to get off of it, other than to implicate Gerard Lorraine in the plot. But, as it was passed around, Janus revealed he could read the old language. And within a few pages of reading it, he absolved them of their crimes. In a section that Fennec likely believed the group would never be able to read or translate, he revealed the plots to control the Thieves Guild and dismantle the Companions, and information on each of the Protocol 7. Janus then tried to help Glarior to see the toxic manipulation brought on by Falnir by making a connection with the Bosmer, which seemingly failed. Taliesin, Taliesin tested each of the leaders with a Lyra Zone of Truth, and there they were put to comfort that none of them worked for the Worm Cult. From then on, Taliesin revealed all of Manmarco's plans. And after the discussion, most of the governors left, and they discussed plans on how to dismantle Manmarco's stranglehold on Tamriel. And with plans in place and private discussions done, this is where we pick up as the party returns to the Arcane University.
Cool. Epic. So this is like the same day, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This is indeed the same day. We will turn off pre-stream music and put on spoopy music.
All right. And did Anphilius went his separate way, right?
Anphilius also went to the Arcane University. He kind of works and lives there.
Okay. So if that's the case, since we're basically going in the same direction, it'd be kind of that awkward situation where Taliesin backs out and then Anphilius is just kind of following them behind.
It's like, yeah, goodbye, I'll see you later, and go the same way.
Yeah, pretty pretty much.
Oh, this is awkward.
So, based on the request that he asked of Anphilius, I'm assuming could they get that done today? Or does he have to do something? I don't remember.
I would say we still don't have access to Simple Calendar. It hasn't been updated yet, and I'm starting to be concerned about that. But I would say it's about late afternoon, so probably can do it today if he's willing.
Sure. I mean, not like he's gonna do anything. Not in Filius Talisman.
Not like he has anything to do running the entire synod.
He could take the afternoon to help him with something. This is for the betterment of the world, actually.
Just for the betterment of the world. Now give my bird back.
Give me my fucking bird. Waiting too long for this. Anyway, I guess he was gonna walk back to his room, but if Amphilius is also there, he'll eventually just knock on his door, remembering where his office was. So
I want my bird.
I want my bird.
I want my
I
bird.
want my bird.
Slaps desk. I want my bird.
I want it now.
Gotcha, DM.
Yeah, you're showing that picture, but I'm supposed to be the oldest one here.
I told you, I'm about the same age as you. I'm pretty close.
Anyways.
Oh yeah, Thurby went to go get alcohol.
Yeah, Thurby, left the White Gold Tower to get alcohol. He walks back. Where'd everybody go?
Yeah, I don't remember if I was told the mage's office or somewhere in the compendium or university or whatnot. Basically, he was like, I got some drinks you might like, and then he left.
Yeah, Amphilius told you there was some alcohol within the Arcane University.
Yeah, so that's where he headed off to.
It's just locked up, so the students don't get wild.
Is it magically locked, or is it locked with a guard, or just a person?
It's probably magically locked away. You don't want the kids getting in there and having a party and misusing magic. Watch me shoot a fireball out my dick, bro! There's some student that would do that.
Tiny would try for a good while, just like pulling on the door handle. Just physically, like, why is this door stuck?
You just watch as as like a ripple of magic goes across the surface of the door, and you keep pulling on it.
Yeah, But he finally does give up and goes back to his room.
Aw. So basically what I'm saying is there's a non-zero chance that at some point in Elder Scrolls history, somebody shot a fireball out their dick.
Or they could have farted one out. I mean, that's possible too.
That's possible too.
Still better than just Argo Scrolls.
God. That's how you get in. Shut up, Grim. Magically transmitted diseases, MTDs.
Or, as Domina in chat says, or as many friends of mine have tried to make a fireball from their farts in a lighter.
Oh my god. I'm gonna find Aphilius, and we'll go to his office and bother him.
Okay. It's in the central point that's right at the gates, and there is a teleportation pad off to the side of the room. It looks like a very old teleportation circle.
He stares at the teleportation pad for like a minute.
Is this gonna blow me up?
Eventually he just walks through.
You walk through and you just disappear in like light particles and appear on the next floor up.
Oh good, it's not
It's
time.
short. It's like you previously discovered short distance teleportation, like very short distance, not affected. And this was cast well before the Void Crisis, so it's safe.
Based on my Arcana, my proficiency in Arcana, would I basically assume that this is the equivalent of like a permanent Misty Step when someone steps on it?
Yes.
Noted.
It's essentially a permanent Misty Step
Okay.
that you don't need to have line of sight.
Makes a mental note of that to tell Alira later. I'm on the middle platform, the middle floor, right? Is he there, or is it just like the big desk?
It's the big desk. There's one more floor up.
Okay. Cool. But he's not there. He's on the next floor.
Yeah, he's likely next floor. That's where the Archmage's office is.
Okay. He'll,
You've been told this by Cassandra many a times growing up.
Noted. He'll immediately go to that floor.
You go up and you just see like scrolls and books just haphazardly in shelves everywhere and stacked on this large desk. And there is a slate chalkboard behind the desk with a bunch of like arcane formula on it. There is a large desk underneath the window just covered in alchemical crap. And that's a technical term, alchemical crap. And you also see a small side table with a bowl of fruit and a bottle of wine that looks like it's opened and half empty. He is obviously a very busy guy and not very clean. And you see him just like going through the shelves off to the side of the chalkboard and is just muttering to himself as he starts pulling things down with magic.
Trying to find something.
Jeez, yes, I was trying to find a few things before you arrived. I'm assuming you want to do this today, correct?
Want to get it over with so we don't waste any time, yes.
That's probably fair, and people have suffered enough under emotions out the window. That...
He nods.
Alright, we're gonna have to use a larger room for this.
Before we begin, what in particular are you looking for? Seemed important.
Just a few mild ingredients. A raven's feather, ritual salts, and a Daedra heart.
He reaches into his bag and pulls out the Daedra heart. That's still there.
That is helpful. Those are fairly rare. Were you hanging on to that for any reason?
Something like this, actually.
Trying to remember. Yeah, you do have access to Mana Marco's scry. It's in the book.
Yes, he does. That's why he was
And
giving it to Amphileus to look at, so he knows how to cast it.
Yeah. Because that is kind of important. I'm trying to remember if the other custom spell is... One of the other custom spells requires it too, or if that's something completely different. Let's see. Okay, no. You're good.
Yeah, so he mage hands the Daedra heart over to Amphileus and helps him look for a raven feather.
Roll investigation. You start looking through the shelves and you can see why he's having trouble. He is pretty busy, so he's pretty messy. And he's also young. He's probably just a smidge older than you. He's in his early 30s. And you are like in your late 20s, right?
Yeah, Taliesin's 27.
Yeah. So he's probably no more than 5 years older than you. And he's the Archmage of the Synod, which is one hell of a feat, especially for an Imperial.
Mm-hmm.
You do see it like tucked. You do see a stack of books that has fallen over, kind of like a stack of dominoes, and below that seems to be like a small box that has like etched on the side a picture of feather.
Okay. He'll walk over, place the books back a little bit more like delicately, and then pick up the box.
Okay. Do you open said box?
Of course.
You open it, and inside are a collection of feathers. There's some hawk feathers. There's some pigeon feathers. There's even a piece of a terror bird feather. Even very old, magically preserved cliff racer feather, like the tail feather, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you also see a couple black feathers in there that are either blackbird or raven or crow feathers.
He just takes all the black feathers.
Oh, good. You found it. He goes over and he looks through them and plucks out the middle one. Perfect. And he goes over to the alchemy table and picks up like a glass jar of kind of like iridescent blue salts.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go get this done.
Also, you said you know how to scry on things, right?
Yes, could you grab that crystal ball and the book to the left?
Of course. He grabs it. But I do
No,
actually...
the other book on the left. Not that one, the other one.
He grabs the other one.
That one. He has his arms full of like Daedra heart and feathers and and a book for casting and yeah. His arcane focus.
I actually have a better version of the scry, as it was made by Manamarco himself, much more powerful, much more potent. Though, if you decide to, for some reason, in your madness, use it on him, that is your own fault.
I have no intentions of using it on a god. It sounds like suicide.
Aye, it is. But regardless, it is a much more potent version of the scry spell we found out.
That's very interesting. I'll take a look at it and see if I could copy it down.
Sure.
So, you lot are staying in the Lustorium, correct?
He nods.
Perfect. There is a large room with a piano in there. We'll go do it there.
Wonderful. He sighs a bit.
Sigh! And for all you know, your brother and your stepmother are in there. You don't know. Kind of all split off.
It's funny, that's the actual room I was staying in.
Well, it's got a nice big open area and no students to bother, so... And he walks down and leads you out into the main concourse area and over to the Lustorium and goes inside. All right. And up into the room. Is everybody else in that room?
Well, after leaving the council room, Couchman would probably steer Glare outside of the city.
Okay. So you're splitting off from the group and going on to City Isle. Or like across one of the two bridges.
Tiny eventually went back to his room and got drunk with the alchemy jug.
To the waterfront.
Okay, you're going down to Waterfront. Okay.
Yeah, Lyra would have, much later, because Tiny kind of headed off earlier, but she would have headed towards that same place So I guess it depends, like, when this was. How soon
Yeah,
after.
Taliesin going up to talk to Anphilius would happen about the time Tiny would have probably gone ahead because he's a fast walker. Your movement speed, dude, it's unhinged. You would find no Tiny,
I'm
and
not a
you would
monk.
find you're a barbarian. They
I know
have
it.
more movement speed.
I know, it's only 40 feet.
Yeah, but you're still faster.
That's true.
Compared to the normies, it's unhinged.
Compared to a monk whose movement speed is like 100 feet at one point.
Yeah, I
To be
remember
fair, I
that.
also have 40 movement speed with the sword.
Yeah, I remember that. I had a monk. She was fun to play. She punched healing into people.
That's funny.
I made a homebrew subclass called Way of the Guardian Soul. And she punched healing into people. Anyways. And you would find a magically sealed door, no Tiny, but you would see Taliesin and Anphilius stepping out of the central tower, and they would be heading over to where you guys are staying with a bunch of stuff in their arms and chatting quite hurriedly about the process of what they're doing.
Yeah, I guess she'd probably walk a bit quicker towards them and say, "Have any of you seen Tiny?" Kind of like
The tall
hide
Nord
all
man.
of this stuff in their arms. Like, interesting. Yeah.
Yes, we're doing a little bit of summoning. I don't know how much you know of what he wants to do.
I would imagine he's drinking right now.
Possibly. It looked like there was a magical lock on the alcohol, so no.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Shit, I forgot about that.
You're busy.
He gets
it's
so
fine.
used to it keeping the students out of it. And
Well, he should be fine anyway, because he has the alchemy jug. That'll provide for him, but, might want to check his room, Alira. Knowing about a comrade or friend that died and whatnot, that's the first thing I would imagine he'd be doing, and probably not healthily.
She has a somber face and nods in agreement.
yeah,
That's what I was
What?
thinking as well.
what Janice revealed is, disconcerting, to say the least.
I think she gives a nod and looks to Taliesin and says, "Well, good luck getting your bird back. I assume that's what you mean by summoning.
He
And
nods.
let me know if there's anything that doesn't work well about the spell, if there's anything that could be improved. I mean, I had some notes. I had to make some estimates, and when I was
If it was made by you, I have
Creating
full trust that it will work. Don't worry.
You are the one that wrote the spell, then.
She looks over and gives a nod. With
Very
a-
well written. You and I should have a
look.
talk sometime. Maybe after all this is over, I could bring you into the synod?
Like her eyes widened at that, like I mean, I can't say that I've had much of an education. It was just my grandfather that taught me really.
You're a natural. I was a natural, too. How do you think I got where I am at my age?
It's... I can't say I've thought that much about it before.
Give us some thought. You have time. He walks into the Listorium with Taliesin. Not Tiny. Tiny's getting drunk.
I think Taliesin would stay behind very briefly just to, like, check on Alira. Is like, you okay?
He gives a nod. I'm just glad that we cleared our names, but I'm worried about Galeria and Tiny especially. I feel like they took the news especially hard.
Thribby is finding something out about something he didn't really think about, and it's essentially the same thing as a soldier grieving the loss of another soldier. I feel sorry for him. Glarior, on the other hand, he just doesn't want to admit something he's already known for a long time.
I wish I could help him somehow, but I don't know if that help would even be welcome.
In my times that I have spoken with him, I have learned at least one thing. That Bosma is more like a cat. You don't go and seek to help it out, he comes to seek you out for help. Unless you leave food out, that is.
You see a flash across her face as she remembers the several times getting slashed in the arm by a cat when she tried to pet it in solitude. And gives a nod. I'll tread carefully with them then. Well, I'll go check on Tiny. Good luck with that.
Sure. He walks in.
I apparently can't do emotes without in character, so I'll use the GM layer RN for this.
If I was a dog, I'd totally fall for the cheese trick.
My dog, I actually got her to take her prednisone without any pill pocket. I just hyped her up. I was like, "You want a pill pocket? You want a pill pocket? You want a treat? You want yum yum?"
The thing
She
is
jumped
that
around like crazy. I just told the little 1 milligram prednisone out, and she went.
See, the thing is that you guys are trying to feed Glary or something like a pill. What you got to do is you have to inject like a liquid into a raw carcass of something and then just throw it at him.
If I treat it like an HRT shot, just
Like
shoot
feeding
in
a
his
tiger.
butt.
Just like
Yeah.
a flank of zebra meat or something. Just throw it at him.
Yeah, pretty
give
much.
give it to Caldron, he'll figure out something.
Oh God, Keldrin just puts it on his dick.
To his credit, that would work.
Ooh, it's a suppository.
Oh my god.
I was gonna like say, or you could like put a fucking non-dissolvable style thing in Caldron's mouth, so when they actually kiss, it goes into Glarior's mouth.
It just shoves it down with his tongue.
This is what I meant that we're a mature stream. We're not.
Very
We are
mature.
adults. We are adults talking about feeding By the way, what you're missing, the context that you guys are missing in like game chat, because the new Foundry version doesn't allow it to happen and for you to see it anymore, is I was having Aaron shove Glarior's character development down his throat inside a pill pocket. Take it!
Give him like the one few things that he likes to actually eat that's not raw meat, and make sure that the pill is in
It's
there.
peanut butter. Everybody loves peanut butter, including people allergic to peanut butter, believe it or not.
I am quite neutral to peanut butter.
I've literally seen videos of people with a peanut allergy eat a Reese's cup, then immediately inject themselves.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Why did he eat the bee?
Honeycomb, succulent.
Succulent.
Why did he...
Why did he eat the bees?
Oh, succulent.
Why did he eat the bees?
Why did he eat the bee?
Glarior eats peanut butter for the first time. We all soon realize Glarior has a peanut allergy.
You know that
Oh,
like
no.
that like licky thing that dogs do when they have something on the roof of their mouth and they're all like
Yeah.
Yeah,
you would do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just shove it back in there. Anyways.
Hey, he could drink it out with milk. It's fine because it comes from a cow. Easy.
Yeah, it's still animal. Anyways, and technically peanuts are okay because they are a legume and they're in the meat group.
Huh. Well, you learn something new every day. Bird.
I had that shit shoved down my throat when I was in school, back in the early aughts and 90s, and yeah, they were really big on that in Dare. Anyways, so are you done talking to Alira? Sorry, I interrupted.
Oh yeah,
that.
no. He I wanted to say Alira make an insight check, but you don't have to, because I'm not the DM. But he would just uncharacteristically just say sure, give her a nod, and then walk in to the place with the stuff.
I love the place with the stuff.
Yeah, dude.
Was that throughout the whole conversation, even when Philly was there?
Yeah, I was trying to display it in his voice, but there's a little bit of emotion when he's talking to you, but it's barely present. The way that I describe it is the dead eyes, when it's the brows are slightly furrowed, but he's looking past you.
Yeah.
It's I guess the way I would describe it is the way that Glarior looks at people, but more relaxed, not wide-eyed.
Yeah, I think then, when you're walking off towards the big room, she could just give a concerned look after him before she turns and heads off down the hallway.
Can I actually do that? I still can't. Yeah, it's the issue is I physically can't make a separate window for it. I can pop it out, but I can't make it a separate window. So it's eh.
Yeah. So chat knows what happened is Foundry, the virtual tabletop that we use, had a major update from version 11 to version 12, and they completely changed the UI. So now I gotta wait a couple weeks and see if there's a mod that allows that, because only other thing I could think of is making a separate instance on the one that you use for streaming and just do a screen snip of it and move it, I don't know if that's possible. I never tried that. My layout is very simplistic for Esper testing when I do stream those. I do believe that is a Plutonium thing, but Plutonium, it takes its time updating because it's all dependent upon 5e tools.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, yeah, that's why you guys aren't seeing the chat. Sorry.
It happens. We'll eventually get it fixed. I'm gonna spend time this week looking through Forge's Bazaar to see if there's any mod that allows chat pop out with version 12. So. You know what you do in every single Elder Scrolls game. Mod it until it breaks. Anyways. when you do eventually go inside Taliesin, you do find Amphileus in the same room that the piano is in, and he is starting to push things aside to set up for this.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a mild bug. Keep in mind that version 12 is still fairly new. I only stick to the stable versions. I'm sure there's an experimental where it doesn't have that problem with chat scrolling, but I don't ever do experimental versions. Because they're not stable and mods never work with them.
Okay, sorry, fucking pop-ups on my fucking computer. McAfee, I'm playing
Yay.
DMD. Shut up.
That's why I use Malwarebytes. Does one little thing in the corner in the morning and shuts up.
Alright, sorry. Yes, Taliesin would assist in helping Amphileus set up. Is there anything I need to draw on the ground?
I will handle that part. What I do need you to do is make sure anything breakable is out of the room. Because this looks like it's going to have a lot of energy behind it, and it's going to break a lot of stuff, and I really don't want Cassandra to be mad at me.
Does the piano have wheels?
Yes!
He is first going to move the piano out of the room.
Alright, that works, but I was talking about glass objects.
He gives Amphileus a small glare. This is breakable. There's like a little bit of venom behind it that he doesn't mean.
Very well.
And when he pushes the piano out of the room, he sets it against the nearby wall, and then he goes and puts all the breakable glass pieces that are there.
One thing breaks, and suddenly Cassandra's the BBEG of the next campaign. No, I'm kidding. That's already set in stone. Yeah, it would be deserved, but no, the BBEG of the next campaign set in stone. So after you get all the major things off the floor, he opens the jar of salts and starts tracing out this circle meticulously, going back and checking the spell scroll carefully. And it takes about an hour because it's a new spell and he wants everything set up correctly. And then he puts each of the items in the smaller circles leading around the outside. All right. Are you ready?
I've been waiting for this last month, so yes.
Stand in that small circle right there, and he points to a blank circle that's on an inner ring of the ritual circle. Stand right there.
So he does. Puts his hands behind his back.
Do not move.
He nods.
And he picks up his spell book, opens it up, takes the spell scroll. I'm going to have to get your friend to make me another one to learn this spell. And then he holds it up in the air as he starts putting magicka into his spell book. And you watch as the scroll just kind of burns in bluish magicka fire. And the circle around you flares brightly for a moment in a bright blue light, then turns dark purple with wisps of black, and it starts pulling in toward the center. And he seems to be putting a lot of effort in it. You could even see sweat starting to gather on his brow. And then after a moment, he closes his fist, and the shadows that are bleeding off the circle form into Tagroth. And the line leading from the center of the circle where Tagroth is pulls out and toward the circle that you are in, flares, and it binds to you. Tagroth, you were in hell for a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what condition are they in right now?
They're a little on the skinny side, a little weakened, nothing a little bit of rest can't handle. But you do know where you were held, and I am going to message it to you.
You got it, boss. Oh, there's I don't know what bird that is. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, I've been seeing quail run back and forth in front of my window all day.
Dude, I want to see a quail. Oh, they're on the ground.
They're so cute with their little thingies hanging out in front of their face.
They're dongles.
I love dongles.
Yeah. Tagroth, like, materializes and then wobbles a little bit. And, like, they're in their Dunmer shape, so the weakness is evident. And they, like, flare their wings and, like, spread their arms to get stable. Look around, spot Taliesin, and this huge, like, oh my fucking god, like, scowl takes to their face, and then it quickly becomes a shit-eating grin, and they, like, spread his arm. Forgot my own dangerous pronouns. They spread their arms out towards him, all, darling.
I'm sorry, I'm like giddy. I've been waiting for this for so fucking long. Taliesin, he has, like, ever since he's left the council room, he hasn't had the hide visage feature, so Tagroth can see, like, I wouldn't say pale, but definitely more serious looking Taliesin. Eyes are black with the purple hues, the very same exact look that they have on their face usually when they meet them, so it's, like, off-putting. And when they greet him, he just nods. Look terrible.
They drop their arms as if like it's like their hands are made of lead. Like that, really? Come the fuck on, type shit. Well, you don't look too hot yourself. Not even happy to see me.
I just have a hard time of showing anything right now. And he will... The circle's, like, completely burnt up, right? So, like, they're connected now.
Yeah, it's completely burnt away. The process of casting the spell burnt away the circle. It ate up the salts.
Okay, cool. So Taliesin will actually walk towards Tagroth to inspect them, and if they, like, make any movement and seem like they're about to stumble again, he will try to stabilize them.
They, like, lean back a little bit as he approaches, and then that makes them go off-center a little bit. They're in heels, so it's like a little like,
I think in a perfect way, he would cock his head to the side, and it's not him that's stabilizing Tagroth, it's actually his shadow who jumps out to catch them, just so they don't fall.
It seems like, Tagroth, that Taliesin has been entreated with more of Lady Nocturnal's power.
They, like, look at the shadow, and then look back at him, and then back at the shadow. No wonder you look like shit. Well, what's new? Aside from you looking like absolute garbage.
A lot. Come, let's talk. And
Hold on. You've got something on your eye. And they, like, lean in, not grab, but, like, cup his jaw in, like, the palm of their hand. And, like, lean down as if looking at his eye. And then they slap him across the face.
I love it.
In retaliation, the shadow will punch them in the stomach.
Ow. Whew. See, I know you deserve that, but I don't think I did.
He, like, slowly turns to look back at them. You get one.
What, one good slap across the face, or what? Because I just gave it. And my hand hurts. I know everything hurts.
Good.
Because I'm a little whiny bitch, just like you now.
Good. You know how it feels. Now come.
I don't feel anything. Fine. They, like, strut after him despite the weakness, like walking like a runway model. Except their feet are in a straight line and not crossing the hell over each other.
Taliesin will pull out Silanir's book and, like, mage hand it over to Anphilius, who's just been standing there the entire time.
She's just watching. Menacingly. No, I'm kidding.
And, Taliesin, like, wants to gauge what Anphilius is doing. Like, what is he thinking?
He has a
right
completely passive expression on his face. You'll need to roll a... to go beyond that. But he has an unreadable. Now, let me check his sheet, because he does indeed have a sheet. Because I plan ahead like a good DM. Because you never know. You guys may, you know, go completely feral and attack everybody.
What?
It's very,
Never.
it's very likely, actually.
No, actually, mind control those horrible things.
He is watching with interest, almost like studying the situation, and he seems to be like inspecting to Groth, like eyes going from like a missing feather to a bruise to a small cut, that sort of thing.
After he pauses in giving the book, and then he looks at Tagroth. Tagroth, turn around.
Hmm?
Well, if you want to see my eyes that badly, you can just ask, and they do so.
Kneel.
Fuck you, and they do.
And he will pluck a feather from their wings.
Ow. I could have just given it to you.
It's much more enjoyable this way. And then he'll float the book and the feather to Anphilius.
It'll be useful if I ever have to use that spell again to, you know, summon your bird back.
Consider it
Don't lose him again.
And I won't.
Sure.
Please don't.
I could just leave you from where I pulled you from. Why don't you tell him where I pulled you from?
He looks at
That
Tagroth.
was difficult, by the way. You were bound there by Mannimarco himself.
I think I didn't know that. His binding goes right into your spine. It's disgusting. Ugh. God. Alright.
And to be fair, necromancers are disgusting, so...
Yeah. I was in Alinor. a temple to the what's his nuts? What's he called? Oriel. There were 5 others there. I don't know who. I didn't care. They were all connected, like I am to Taliesin, but to the others, whoever and wherever they are.
Was one of them a Dunma child?
I don't know. Well,
Yes.
I do know, but
Yes, there was a Dunmer child.
okay. Why does it matter?
It's important. We'll talk in private. Come.
Mm,
You know
I
where I
did not
am
miss
if you
you.
need me. He gathers up his stuff and heads back to his office. Which, by the way, Taliesin, you could tell by the way his desk looks. He has slept at that desk not a small amount of times.
So real for that, Jesus.
Yeah.
What a mood, as the kids say.
Tekros does follow Taliesin rather closely.
And he will go into... He'll go into his mother's, like, actual office area.
She currently is not there.
Okay. He'll go in there, shut the door, lock it. And then offer, or rather he'll motion his hand as if he's offering one of the more comfortable chairs, but he will say, "Sit."
And they stride over to the chair and drape themselves across it, like, sideways.
Just like a gay person cannot sit straight in a chair.
Exactly. They cannot and will not sit straight in a chair.
Sit like L.
No, that's Glarior.
Oh my god, no, I have thoughts. Anyway,
I'm sure you do.
Those are dangerous.
yeah, they're pretty dangerous. But anyway, Taliesin will just stand above them. And he'll, like, start gently pacing back and forth. He'll flick his hand. There's, like, a fireplace in here, right? Because I remember you mentioning it before. That there's a
Yeah,
fireplace
there's a
in the office?
fireplace in here, too.
Okay, he'll prestidigitate and start the fire. The flames are purple, of course they are. And he'll stand in front of it, and he'll turn his head.
Flashing like a raven there now.
He'll turn his head to the side. Tell me everything. Everything that you know, what happened to Nalinor, what happened after you were captured. We need to know, it's important.
I just did. Sorry about the dog. We have delivery, and she hates people.
You know what? Mood.
I told you everything.
You didn't tell me each of the individuals you saw. You didn't give me details. I know you paid attention. You're not stupid.
Fine.
It's a dog barking
Somebody
in the
let a
background in the
dog
Imperial City.
in the Arcane University. Fucking let that dog in here.
Let the dogs out.
No, Susu! Don't go in there! Oh god, no, not the teleporter!
No, some poor student got turned into a dog.
Real.
Like, a student and the dog step on the teleporter and they get mixed together.
Whoops. Oh god, this is a
Wait.
fly situation.
I've seen this one before.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah! Yeah, it's called The Fly, starring Jeff Goldblum.
Actually, you said dog and a student. I was thinking of Full Metal Alchemist, but okay.
No.
Hey yo.
Well, that too.
No point.
Everybody's favorite Chimera.
Hey boss, what does Tegroth know about the other people?
Watch as I make fun of this and lose all of our viewers because I'm like, Edward.
What does
you wanna
Tagroth know
come
about
and
all the other
play?
viewers? People. Sorry. What? Chat. What does Tagroth know about you now?
It's Tagroth cooked.
Punches the fourth wall. Soul, help me.
I gave you the just like talk, and I'll correct you if anything's wrong. Okay.
Well, he's asking about the other people that were with them, like
Oh,
what they
all
looked
right.
like. They didn't care to learn the
Um,
names, but they definitely saw what they were.
One is really, really tall. One looks like a Malmer. One is
Oh,
a Dunmer
no.
child. Man. I'm trying, like, two of the people I haven't quite figured out yet, so. One is a Breton woman. And, you made Glarier really hard to figure out. I haven't come to a decision on who it was for Glarior yet.
Okay, we can skip
Let me
over
take a
that
look.
then.
Let me take a look. Let me take a look.
And one static noise.
Mm-hmm.
And one ad break.
And one... We'll be right back.
One like purple elf. It's just like an air. For, like,
Gmod
There's
error
just like
detector.
there's missing textures there, and they're doing the T-pose. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
Alright,
and you can't remember who else was there.
Cool. They just not looking at them. Did
Real.
not give a fuck.
Oh, I didn't hit up
Tagroth.
Talison's. I didn't hit up Talison's.
No, you didn't.
An undead Khajiit.
Oh my god. Okay, sorry.
Tagroth
I'm
like
fucked.
brings up a hand and starts like counting on their fingers. Let's see. There was this tall, really tall freak. There was a Dunmer you mentioned. A Marmer, I think. I'm pretty sure. Breton woman. I think it was a woman. No, definitely a Breton. Let's see. Not sure about the others. Oh, you know what? I did see a lovely undead Khajiit.
As he hears that the fire, like, peaks a bit, and he gives Tagroth a very, very serious glare. What?
What? Do you not have ears? I just told you. What?
Tagroth, don't let him break any bad news to you.
Why am I not
Oh,
surprised?
by the way, you have cancer. I heard that sucks.
It's terminal, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
God.
Anyway.
Lets off a chuckle, and he drags a hand through his hair. Why am I not surprised? Lovely.
Do
You did not check the coral graveyard when you were there last.
That's true, yeah, it's pretty fucked when I think about it. But she wasn't in the graveyard, she was in the tomb. So that's even worse.
Well, in the tomb, you didn't check the tomb yet in the mausoleum.
Lovely.
Tagroth is just like staring at him, like, you don't have any personal relations with zombie Khajiit, do you?
No, I have personal relations with dead Khajiits. I'm not surprised. We're dealing with fucking Manamako. Anything else?
It sucked. That's about it, though.
I would imagine so, being something going through your spine doesn't sound quite pleasant.
No, just the binding. I've died like that before. It's not as bad as people think. I mean, it's bad. Like, comparatively, it's not the best way to die, but if I had to choose a way to pick my death, which... Unless it doesn't take me, I hope it's soon. It would definitely not be that one. Quick decapitation, maybe. No, I'd want it to hurt a little bit.
Was there anybody that came in and out of the temple, or no?
Have to look back at what. Okay. Yeah, actually. Fuckface and his slut were there quite a bit. I mean, in and out, they really laid waste to the place. It's almost kind of impressive.
How bad?
There were dead bodies strewn all over the floor of the temple. Candles and, like, the individual shrines were desecrated completely with necromancy.
Imagine a Baal worshipper taking their anger for literally everything out on a temple of Archay. And then add some gross, yucky, undead magic and corpses about, and... Well, there you go. I've never seen desecration quite like it. And I've been around for a while.
And while enough to have someone in your lifetime go from a man or mer and turn into a Daedric prince or a god?
Yeah. Well, actually, no, that's happened more than once.
Aye.
It's kind of funny. I'd have 2 silver pieces. Sorry.
No, that's so good. I love them.
You know? It's weird. You know, if I had a silver piece for every time this happened, I'd have 2 silver pieces. It's weird it happened twice.
If I had a silver piece for every time a mortal got mantled into a god, I've had 2 silver pieces, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. I could have more than once, actually. Now that I think about it. I don't know. I don't get out of the Evergloom very often. Well, yes I do, but not as often as some people would like.
Often enough to know that one of the people supposed to be punished there is out and about thanks to Falnir.
Yeah.
Mercer Frey.
That doesn't ring a bell.
According to Nocturnal, he did something quite bad in Skyrim Thieves Guild in Riften. Killed someone or something another, stole something from the Thieves Guild. Pretty bad stuff considering that he injured one of the nightingales there.
Oh! You know, I never caught his name. It was always just that guy with the bad haircut.
Why am I not surprised?
You shouldn't be. Well, is there any other interrogating questions you need to know about that awful place before I stop thinking about it for the rest of my pitiful life?
About the place you were held, no. I think I've found out everything I need to know for now.
Alright, and what else? You obviously have something more on your mind. You have obviously a lot more things on your mind.
A lot. Starting with something that's been bothering me for the longest time.
Hmm.
When we were on the Necromancer's moon, there was a very, very big bird that I was only told about until recently, well, later, that did not did not
Words.
seem that it needed to be there, didn't look like it felt with the scenery.
Well, that's not very descriptive. What kind of bird?
Soul, how did you describe Wilhelmaeus looking?
A big skeletal crow or something? Or
Yeah,
not
he would have-
skeletal.
But as you to Groth would remember Wilhelmaeus. You don't know if he's changed or not, because you to Groth haven't seen him in a very long time.
How long has
But,
it been, roughly?
Probably an era.
Okay.
Red hair, pale skin, a little bit
Yeah, okay.
shorter than you.
But what would the description be for Wilhelmaeus when we saw him in the Evergloam watching us? Not Evergloam, sorry, Necromancer's moon watching us.
I think he was in his crow shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in his crow shape. He looked like a
Very
skeletal
big.
crow.
Yeah.
And he was just a very big skeletal crow.
A little bit bigger than average because he's not an actual crow.
Right.
It's a crow of unusually large size. If you want to go into Princess Bride description here,
I don't think it is.
Because if I remember correctly, I don't think Taliesin saw him, but someone else did and described it. So that's why I'm
Glarior,
asking.
I think.
Yeah.
it was
Glarior
Glarior.
said that, like, he knows that crow.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he told Taliesin who it was.
Oh,
Looked
okay.
different, but
I
you
didn't wanna,
can
like-
tell by the energy what crow it was.
Okay, I just didn't want to metagame by accident, so...
Yeah, no, Glarior did tell him. I do remember that Glarior was like, God, I fucking hate that bitch.
There was a...
And it was to Taliesin.
Okay, cool, awesome.
And he did mention him by name.
Oh, awesome. This crow, larger than others, not as skeletal as the rest of the birds and fauna. They're obviously not Manimarcos. You said that you know others. Do you know of a wraith of crows by the name of Wilhelmaeus?
Tigroth's demeanor just snaps. They sit upright in the chair and then stand up.
I take that as a yes. He nods.
You saw him on the moon.
He nods.
What was he doing?
According to Glarior, he was watching us.
Of course he was. That fucker watches everything. I do know him. Well, I did. And there's like a lift in their chin and a like sneer on their face as if they're trying to suppress something.
Speak.
He and I have a complicated relationship. Oh, we did. It's been... oh, I don't know. About since the start of the Oblivion. No, the start of the Third Era that I last saw him. No, not quite the start. But it was last era.
His deadpan expression lightens a little bit as his eyes raise. Was this the one that you told me about a while ago?
The very same.
What do you know about Philomaeus?
Everything. You see, he and I, in our complicated relationship, we went back and forth between enemies and trying to mimic whatever the mortals call affection, love, lust, whatever you want to call it. There was a point where I knew him almost more than I knew myself. And he for me. But not anymore. He's been lost to me for a while. Lost to Nocturnal. Every time I ask her where he's gone. No answer. But I know it was him, that filthy little rat. His owner. I knew it was him. I knew he was bad news. You could see it.
What do you know about Falnir?
Much more than I want to. You know, I almost envy him. In a way, being able to just uproot everything and change your life entirely. Searching for death. I've been in service of some of his friends, in fact. Just a couple. There was Miss Dunmer, his lovely daughter, and then the Dunmer again. And all the while, Wilhelmius and I were very close. He told me everything about Falnir that he knew. Well, not everything, but he would always regale me with tales of what the pitiful little scrap was going to do next.
In vivid detail, I'd imagine.
Oh, very vivid detail. I admire him for his creative works of art concerning a canvas of gore. It's excessive, but it's almost pretty.
I see. Considering that, do you know if Falnir has any weaknesses, or did?
He's a vampire.
Obviously.
But you knew already. In years past, if you insulted him, he would get very bitchy. Lay waste your home and family if the insult was great enough, but over the years I've come to know he's hardened up quite a bit. I don't even think I've seen him smile since... How long has it been? Must have been around when I saw Wilhelmius for the last time. I mean, genuinely smile. He had a sweet thing. But you won't get in with him by talking.
I suspected as much.
He's insane. Almost like Sheogorath. If Sheogorath and Molag Bal fucked and had a kid, and that's almost kind of like what he is.
I love them so fucking much. Sorry.
He'll kill you before you can even think about killing him, though.
What are his tactics? What does he usually do?
From what I remember, he was very good at archery. He was an ambusher. Very precise in the way he does things. And you know how I mentioned, because I just mentioned it, you'd be an idiot if you forgot, his works of art? He could turn Wilhelmaeus into the most beautiful bloody canvas. He could rearrange him, put ribs where his spine was, turn his spine into his ribs, and he'd still be fully functional. At least for a while. No, he's very careful. Cruel. I think he picked it up from Wilhelmaeus, honestly. Wilhelmaeus has always been on the rougher side. He doesn't have my charm. He reminds me of you. An absolute stubborn bitch and a pain in the ass to work with.
Likewise.
Always thinking about himself. But I suppose time isn't kind for those eternal, is it? Some of us just want to die, but the universe says no. And that's how people go insane. Quite like, I imagine, what happened with that little vampire. Many others. Manimarco, probably.
If Glario were here, he would say it'd be fate or some shit.
Yeah, but he's not here.
Very obvious, yes.
He reminds me of him.
Raises a brow. How so?
He believes he can control fate. He's impulsive, young, hurt beyond repair. You should watch your back around him. Jesus.
Yes, Jesus. Jesus indeed.
You truly think he would stab me in the back?
If I wasn't bound to you, I would stab you in the back.
A shame, that is.
I'd love to see you die, but...
Oh, wow.
Taliesin
I just want to see you fucking die, man.
As Tagroth says that, Taliesin... They're still standing, right, because of the whole, like, Wilhelmaeus, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Taliesin will point, sit.
They sit the wrong way again.
Oh my god, quit being so gay.
No, please keep being gay, it's great.
Yes, I do think the fair little freak will stab you in the back if it suits him.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I know Falnir would. And if he's anything like Falnir, then it's bound to happen.
On that note, just give me, like, real quick, I really need to go to the bathroom. I've been holding this in for a while.
I do too, so let's take a few minute break. And...
I need to get my food.
Yep.
Alright,
Be
we
right
will
back.
be back in a bit. See you in a bit. Welcome back, Elder Rolls.
It's a thing we do.
The Goths were
Also
talking.
making weird jokes.
Very much so. Something about Goths talking to each other. Goth to Goth communication.
Oh god. Goth to goth communication.
Goth communication. Sorry.
I'm going to strangle you.
It was right there.
I'm still going to strangle you.
You loved
Come
it.
on now, Shade. Don't get your feathers ruffled.
I'm gonna strangle you next.
This is payback for the fucking
He's so
bear
moody.
jokes.
That's just the way they are.
I'm the one making the bear joke, so I don't know who you're getting payback from.
Everyone makes bear jokes. What do you
They're
mean?
unbearable.
I hate you.
Completely unbearable.
Feel
We're
my
tons
pain.
of fun.
No.
Don't worry, we might hibernate after.
Look, Clary,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
not
we'll
part of our
hibernate
bare
after.
hands.
My God. Oh. I'm leaving for the night. Goodbye.
No, you're not. You can't leave.
No, I can't.
But I just got my bird back.
I have to play Taliesin's stupid.
Yes, let's
Bird
get
slut.
back to the goth communication.
Goth to Groth.
There's some My Chemical Romance in the background. It's great.
I mean, Taliesin does know how to play the piano, so it's just that one note.
Imagine
When I was a young boy,
my father
was
Into the city.
My
Say,
father.
Marty, then,
My father
would you-
was a
would
young
you
boy.
be my father.
Oh, shit.
And just Taliesin in the background, just flattest, most tired expression doing the notes.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't remember what I said last.
We were discussing, fucking. Oh, you were saying that like he'll stab you in the back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she. They called him a little freak.
Yes,
A feral little freak, that's it, yeah.
a feral little freak. Then there was the. I already did that. Okay, cool. It's like when I pissed, all the fucking thoughts went out the window. There goes the thoughts.
The thoughts
Pissed
were
around.
held in the pee.
Yeah. I guess after they mentioned that, oh right. When mentioning the whole thing about Glarier stabbing him in the back, just kind of nods. It was also mentioned that Falner used to follow Hermaeus more. Do you know anything about that? The details?
Well, not the details, but he was incredibly dedicated. Sought out multiple black books, dug a crypt underneath his house with his own two hands, ventured to Apocrypha more than one occasion, stalked the Dragonborn. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, no, he... Let's see. Villimaeus carried that taint on him until... Well, until he disappeared.
Well,
So, from a very young age until he joined leagues with Manamako.
well, he's still with him. We know that much. They didn't expect that a Daedra could actually defect to another Daedric prince till I saw it within the Everglow myself. And again, I didn't know shit about Daedra.
That's quite simple. Well, not simple, but it happens more often than you'd think. The Watchers, for example. They were originally, I believe... It might have been Almoras. And then they just kind of spread out across the realms.
The
Dremora.
He was just about to ask, are Dremora the same way, or did they originate from someone?
Yeah. Dremora are by far the not the simplest, but among the simpler Daedra to create. They walk in clans. Some go from prince to prince, some don't have any prince. Most just swear their service one way and never leave.
Despite the fact that they can't die unless they're in their own plane.
Yes. And their new plane becomes that of their masters.
Fascinating. He's taken out his book of shadows. He's like writing notes down.
You're such an academic.
Well, unlike you, who was born with the knowledge of everything in the fucking universe, the only person that's willing to teach me is you, and that's because I told you to.
I wasn't born with everything. I learned it. I was young and stupid once, too.
That I can hardly believe.
You only get this smart and beautiful when you've existed for thousands of years.
Smart, sure, beautiful. He, like, waves a hand back and forth.
Debatable.
It's alright, darling. You can be wrong.
Well, once you start talking, that kind of fades, mate.
Yeah. Just like someone else I know.
As he's, like, finishing writing down the notes, he holds the book underneath his hand, and he walks around to the back of the chair and leans against it. Interesting that you mentioned you were born a very long time ago. How fucking old are you?
You don't want an exact number, do you?
Gods, no, I don't think you're that bloody smart.
Good, because I stopped counting.
You remember the era, at least?
Must have been late Merethic, if memory serves. Maybe middle Merethic, actually. Somewhere around there. I've seen the rise and fall of civilizations. It all gets so boring after about 100 years.
I see. And in those 100 years, thousands years, I'd imagine, did you have a mentor, or did you just learn by doing?
My mentor was the Great Mother. I am born of her essence. I learned from her everything that I know. And through lived experience. But mostly her.
No one else? Just Our Lady?
As far as formal mentors go, no. I am one of the older race of crows.
Interesting.
Where do you ask?
Well, I have come to realize in many things since your brief departure, and one of those things is that apparently, since my very birth, I was promised to Nocturnal. You didn't know anything about this?
I'm sure I did. I just don't care. Plenty of people make deals to Nocturnal every day. Or well, they used to. Before. They'd point at the sky. All this, but... No, I don't keep track of every family who swears the life of their baby to a Daedric prince. I'm not a secretary.
course.
I'm a warrior. I don't care about the lives of Nocturnal's families. Much less babies.
I see. Very well. Since you're here, I may as well do the due diligence of actually updating you so you know what the fuck you're dealing with now.
Please, tell me something I don't know.
He sits down across from Tagroth, and he runs his hand through his hair again and basically proceeds to tell them a very brief but detailed enough recount of what's happened since they've disappeared. And that includes the Manamarco's actual plans, to the most recent thing, which was killing Araclane. And then the council meeting. Apparently, one of them's a vampire. I don't really care.
Who does? Vampires are everywhere.
Aye.
So popular that Hermaeus made himself look like one. Is that why you look like such shit? Is that you killed Araclane?
He stiffens a bit.
Ooh. Struck a nerve? Is the wound still fresh?
It happened a day ago.
Very fresh. Well, do you feel better for it?
I don't know what I should feel, honestly. It had to be
What
done.
you should feel is irrelevant. What do you feel?
His eyes look up to Tagroth's, and it's still a very deadpan expression, because when he was talking, he wasn't looking at them. He was looking down, like, you know, when people talk at you, and they're thinking at the same time. But then he finally looks at Tagroth. And why do you care?
I don't.
At least you're honest.
Am I not allowed to be curious? About our heralded champion of Nocturnal?
Please. And he sighs. I don't know. Part of me is satisfied that I was able to stop him from becoming worse than he was. And then another part of me is gone. Something died with him.
I can see that. Well, what's done is done. And he's gone.
To
That's a good
ashes.
thing. To ashes? That's new. No, it's not. Regardless, I can't say you'll feel better with time. Maybe you won't. Some people never get rid of their suffering and become wandering ghosts. What I can say is that according to everyone, including the lady herself, you did the right thing. However much that matters to you. And now you can stop giving a shit about him.
He nods, and he finally cracks a small smile. You're right. I don't have to care.
And you shouldn't. Because there are more important matters.
Very much so. That we are definitely agreed on. I don't want to bother anybody else with how I feel about this. It's irrelevant. They don't need it. They shouldn't care about it.
Are you sure? Because you... And they lean forward in the chair, sitting... Not proper, but, like... gamer stance with folded hands instead of a controller.
My god, you're gonna get back problems to Groth.
They already do.
They have 2 fucking giant wings on their back. I'm pretty sure they can manage.
All the more to hide his scoliosis with.
And are you sure? That no one else needs to know about your issues? Or do you just not want anyone to know?
I've gone with many years, not compared to you. A mortal's lifespan, a man, of people not caring what I think or what I feel. Is this really any different?
And does the way you were raised mean that has to be the way you lived your life?
To Groth, my entire life has been nothing but a fucking lie.
Who cares? You have a chance to make your life something that's not a lie. And all you do is wallow in wine. It's really quite pathetic.
He grits his teeth, and glares. And what do you suggest, then?
Well, for starters, not opening... Nope. Well, for starters, opening up to someone who isn't a Daedra. Because this is the second time that you've used me to vent your feelings about something. Granted, I did ask this time, but I didn't think you would actually take me up on the offer.
That's your own damn fault.
Is it? Because in your own words, what you feel is irrelevant and no one needs to know. I'm not the master here. I asked you a question, and you answered. Seems to me like you need a little bit of emotional help that I can't provide. A friend? Oh, maybe the pretty Dunmer of yours.
He sighs and shakes his head. Everyone has just found something out about themselves that they're not pleased about. You're literally the only person I can talk to about this right now.
Am I?
He nods.
And why is that?
And he tells them about what was revealed in the last one he finishes is with Glarior. I'm not really all that surprised he acted that way. He's hiding from the truth.
So are you. You don't think a bit of talking could do your group a bit of good? Rather than just keeping it all inside, and then you burst into tears on a battlefield, and then someone cleaves your ribs straight in half. It's not a pretty sight, you know. Quite a shameful way to die. But if I know anything about mortals, and I think I do, having lived as long as I have, is that you fuckers love to talk to each other about your problems. You love whining at each other and complaining and helping each other through it. Be honest with yourself, Taliesin. You need someone who's not me. And I'm not just saying that because I want you to shut up about it. It's because you're no use to nocturnal brooding like this.
Gods, I hate it when you're right.
Everyone does.
Very well. I'll consider this. Well, never was really good at dropping news at the right time or doing anything at the right time.
There never is a right time. It's all up to chance.
Fate, even.
Ew, no. Luck. What kind of nocturnal worshipper are you?
Just wanted to get that look on your face again, don't worry. I'm not a fool.
You're disgusting.
If it displeases you, I'll gladly do it again. Then he stands up. Thank you.
You don't thank me, I didn't have a choice.
You're right, you didn't. Up.
I was about to ask if you would let me stand, and they get up. Shit, hurts my ass.
Get a better ass then.
Do you think it's that bad?
Or, you know, fucking sit right in the chair, goddamn.
Responding to you, do you think it's that bad?
You sound like my parents.
He like looks to Groth up and down. I don't know, I haven't seen it.
What, do you want to?
You offering?
That's irrelevant. I asked you.
When I'm in a better mood, I'll think about it.
You might just earn the new title of Limp Dick.
Oh, that's gonna get a roll.
Ooh.
Alright, cool. Tagroth is like standing, like, right, like they're about to walk out with Taliesin.
They are standing adjacent to him.
Okay, cool, sorry. So when they say that he's about to walk out of the room, he stops, backpedals, and then how, like, where their wings are they like higher up or lower down on the back where they're like roots? They're not roots. Where the quote unquote roots of the wing are?
On their shoulder blades.
Okay.
Like normal style wings.
When they say that, he backs up, walks around, and quickly grabs the root of the wing and tugs.
Ooh, don't do that.
Remember who you talk to. And then he does a light yank to kind of get them off balance, and then lets go.
You know, I don't think that had the quite I don't think that had the effect you wanted it to.
He does a double take, but continues walking.
Ooh.
Okay. I have a homophobic slur to say.
Gay.
They follow behind him.
Cool. He's just gonna like command them to push the piano back into the room and like give them a death glare, basically saying, "Don't fucking damage it."
They they push the piano into the room,
Damages it.
stand there and stare at it, look Taliesin dead in the eyes, put their hand on the keys, and make the most wretched noise that a piano can make.
He just groans. Of course.
Oh, I didn't damage it.
When you're not giving me the most sagely of wisdom, you act like a fucking child. I'm not surprised.
So do you? Maybe that's why Nocturnal assigned me to you.
Maybe. And then he will enter the room, because that's still the room where Amphilius is, right? Or did he leave?
He left. He went back to his office.
Okay, cool. But yeah, he is going to shut the door and start playing the piano again, because I've been talking for a while.
Yeah. You talk a lot. Anyways.
Wow.
What is everybody else up to?
Well, about that.
Oh no.
So, she wanted to get Tiny out of his bunk, so she suggested that they go bake sweet rolls in the dorm kitchen because we love dorm kitchens here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Dorm
she
kitchens are tolerated in this house.
joked about maybe trying to sell them outside of the university. But it would actually be kind of funny. But first, they just got to the kitchen and they were going to try making them, but we were trying to remember what kind of roll it was. Like, I think actually the last time that they baked together was when they were in Imperial City. The last time, funnily enough.
I honestly don't remember what it was.
I can't find my downtime. It disappeared on my sheet, or I'm blind again. But I believe it was wisdom. 'Cause I was
Yeah,
trying to
wisdom would work.
I was trying to get proficiency with it, so I was then wondering, could Tiny give her the help action? Or try to,
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't know. You might be semi-drunk.
He's semi-drunk, so, like, it doesn't really help a whole lot. Because you're, like, leaning over and eating the ingredients.
I think he's
That's
got that
pretty
yelled at.
lower.
He's got that yelled at. He might try to, like, steal once or twice, but not, like, constantly be eating out of the bowl.
Okay.
Okay, just a flat wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can she add her proficiency?
Yeah. If she's got proficiency in wisdom, yes.
I have proficiency in wisdom saves, but I don't think this is a save.
It's
I
just a
figured-
flat wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let
I
me just
tried.
go with that.
$17? Yeah, it takes you a few moments to get back into it after a lot of the world-shaking problems going on. But you managed to get back into it and you managed to clear your mind and, get lost in the cooking again, and it feels good. It feels real nice.
I feel like maybe after one time when she told him off for trying to eat raw flour, she
He just coughs. He's like, tries to hide it.
You know, I've been wondering for a while. Back when we were fighting Araclane, there was some sort of chant that your guardian spirits and you were saying. It
Huh? Oh
sounded
yeah.
like Dova, but I'm not proficient with the language. Did you learn that?
He just like mid-stirring just stops and like his brain can't do too many things at once, so he just thinks with the like bowl in his hand. Maybe? I don't know. I was taught it a long time ago, and I can never quite remember the words until just recently. So it's possible. I mean, he's like, can I say the words without being in a battle? Will it be okay? And he just thinks about it. He's like, I think it's fine because I was taught it at one point. I wouldn't have been taught it in a battle. So he does recite the. He recites only his part of the phrase, and it sounds eerie when it's just his part. Because there's no harmony from the other side. And so he's like, do you recognize any of those words?
She grunts and shakes her head. I think I caught the maybe, but that's not exactly helpful.
And I just shrugs and goes back to baking. He's like, well, I don't remember exactly, but I believe the beginning part is about me, and the spirits is we, and it's like I am joining them, and it's we are fighting for something. It's something. He tries to think. It's not like a scuffle. It's meant as a war chant. So I assume it's something very important not to be used. I mean, I don't want to say every day, because if we're fighting a war every day, you can be, but it's meant for serious fights. And he tries to think. I don't think it's technically necromancy, because I'm not forcing them. I think it's more of a call to them. And whichever ancestors choose to answer is who comes on the field at the moment, which is why sometimes you've seen big Nords, short Nords, some with halberds, some with spears, some with shields. Kind of just whichever ones decide to answer.
She gives a nod. It's amazing how much more full it sounded when it was being echoed by your ancestors.
He kind of just nods and he's like, yeah, first time I ever got it right. And he just chuckles.
There's hope for you yet then. Just maybe don't join them too soon.
He kind of stops and thinks for a second, and then is like, oh, yeah, that. It's more of a, how do you say it? It's more of a, like, no matter how far time passes, we still hold the same things important. So there's more than one way to join them. And he kind of just smiles at her. Oh, I have a great idea. You know who would know RN? Next time we see her, she can translate, right? If it is Dova.
She gives a nod. Maybe you could recite the part that you know to me sometime and I could write it down. I don't know if I'll get the spelling right, but yeah, I agree. Aaron would be the one, if anyone, to know that.
He's like, well, as someone, I think he kind of just chuckles, as someone who can read 10 books in a day, I'm sure you can get the spelling right.
Excuse you, I've read 15.
He like fumbles the container and is like, oh, okay. Now I need to put you and Galerior in a room and see who's faster.
my gosh, competitive speed reading.
Oh no, it's bad.
It is the most exciting
nerdy
sport
thing.
It's the most exciting sport in existence where you just watch two people sit there with their face in a book.
And just like the pages is flipping, all you hear is the whipping back and forth.
Just
This is
the,
how. It's the ultimate sapiosexual sex act.
oh my god.
I feel like Alira would lose on the sole reason that her dex is not great, and she'd probably fumble a book every, like, 6 or something.
And Glarier pulls ahead after Alira fumbles her book.
I've been there, buddy.
Oh,
Now we wait to see for their facial expressions when they see the plot twist.
the middle of the book is in a different language. Glarier can't read it with his eyes of the Runekeeper.
Yeah, he would need a little bit of a handicap there.
Throws the book, but he doesn't because it's Glarior.
Tiny just continues. I know we're kind of like elbow deep in this cooking, but I did have a favor I would like to ask when you're free.
She looks over, rolling 2 sweet rolls with both hands. Yeah, what's that?
You're talking spelled nope, sending, that one, right?
Yes, that's what it's called.
Yeah, got it. Could you, when you're free, send a warning to Kodak for me, please?
Codlack.
Kodlak, thank you.
That was... She's like, trying to remember. One of the people at the companions, I assume?
Yeah, he's the big cheese, the one in charge. But I feel like that he kind of just like he kind of like breaks eye contact from her and then just proceeds to then just mix the same bowl over and over again. It's like
You're over mixing it.
he doesn't know unless Alira tries to take it from him. He's gonna keep going. Leave him alone.
She's gonna tug at the bowl a bit, wanting to save them. The leader of the companions, right? Just, what do you want me to tell him?
That the companions are being hunted by a powerful mage, and even the simplest of jobs could be them trying to hunt us down and whittle our numbers.
She gives a nod.
Because no one thought anything of recent jobs where people have died. It has happened, it's nothing rare, but then thinking of that there has been more of us failing in unexpected or what should have been simple missions is something that no one thought of, that we were being targeted. So if they know we're being hunted, none of them will like that. And he has this grin that he is like, I am so hoping the inner circle finds him before I do. And there is like a flash of bloodlust across his face as you see him just not evil, but you see it's the same expression where he's like cleaved people in half before, and that's briefly on his face, and then he like snaps back. They are not known for taking kindly to being prey, for lack of a better word.
I think she's...
Well, you did fix that little problem, remember?
I did not.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did it off screen.
I mean, so there was the callback of where I talked to her scene and possibly made a deal to hunt something bigger, implying a Daedric god, but I never actually said the words.
You implied in return for them being free, that you would hunt something bigger, but you didn't specify what.
Piney thought it was implied, and that's where Glarier chewed him out of, like, you didn't say the words!
Yeah,
So I would have,
yeah,
I
you
have to go back
don't
and watch
imply
the
with
video.
Daedric Princes.
I have to go back and watch the video, whatever that one was. But so, and he also hasn't talked to any of the companions to see if it's been lifted or not.
Yeah.
So they may or may not be affected. Like, it might be until I hunt something, then they're cured.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if some choose to keep it, they might. I don't know. Like that one lady in Skyrim who still keeps the wolf blessing.
Don't know.
Yeah. But so he's like, yeah, they don't take kindly, and if to copy something from Glarier, prey does not. An animal that has been a hunter never likes to feel like prey. They will end this quicker than I can. They would put much more resources to it. But, I mean, even if all of them work together, who's to say if they can kill him? Just at least being on guard, maybe they can gather information for us.
I think at the flash across his face, her eyebrows crease. Also remembering the bloodlust she saw in Hercine's realm when he brings up the inner circle. Right. I can do that. I can warn them. Tiny,
I mean,
one way or another, we'll set this right.
he kind of just
It's our
chuckled.
job, after all, as the prophesied.
Ah, yes, a job we were forced to take. Fun times. But, I mean, that's my problem. I mean, what about your your brother? I mean, we saw him once, I want to say long ago, but it doesn't even feel like that long ago, like maybe last month. I don't know, it's hard to keep track, but like, with your magic, have you tried to reach out to him? Or your
She
other
gives
family?
a sigh. I haven't. I think a lot of us have shared the fear of drawing attention to our family.
That
But
Wait until
I
they
did-
find out.
Oh, wait. What if
Hmm.
you have did you ever have a nosy neighbor like that lived next to your parents? What if you just like message them?
I'd rather not. I think my parents would find out if I. Neighbors talk a lot. I've learned. And they tell your parents first. But regardless, I did read in Fennec's journal that. She pauses for a second. I don't think
What
that.
about that one? Do you want me to roll that one?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Unless
yeah.
they were talking about something else. Okay. I don't.
For a
think
moment, I
that-
thought he was asking me something. I'm like, what?
I know. That's why I was like, also like, wait, did I miss something? I don't think that he'll touch them. I don't want to say that they're safe because I feel like I would be jinxing it, but it was a bit of a relief to see that he does seem to care about his descendants.
What fuckface?
Her head turns aside of that face. Yes.
I refuse to call him by his name just out of spite. Until he's in the ground. Maybe then we can call him by his name again.
I mean, I do want this to end. I want this deeds to end, but I don't want to tarnish the good that he did do before, all of this.
And he just thinks for a second. I mean, you can be a good person, then be a bad person. They don't always cancel out. I mean, we try to think they do, but like if you had someone who used to help with all of your like random things around town, and then one day just burned down the village, you can still hate them for burning down the village. And then remember, like, oh yeah, they helped this one kid learn to read. I mean, they don't always cancel out. They just exist. And then he picks up like 2 things from the counter, like meh, like one in your right hand, one in your left hand.
She gives you a nod, and you can see on her face that this is something that she's been grappling with for a while. Like, a bit conflicted.
Well, if it helps, giving mean people mean names so you don't think of the good works all the time, let me tell you. Calling out your exes as bad names works great. And then after you'd be like, oh wait, yeah, they taught me a new recipe or something. They were fine then. Or something.
She scratches the side of her head, getting a bit of dollar. I don't know if that's a strategy I'll employ, but maybe I'll try it out one day. Gives a bit of a chuckle.
Yeah. And then when she's not paying attention, he just reaches over and just like daps or just boops flour onto her nose.
She laughs a bit, letting out a bit of tension, and looks over at the probably, like, I don't know, 60-some sweet rolls that they've made over however many hours.
Well, I guess...
I didn't quite realize how long we'd been here.
Well, I guess the good thing about No Sun is that you can always sell sweet rolls outside because it's not dark. It just is. People are going to be hungry.
That's a fair point. You can always be a fresh sweet roll in the morning if you don't know when it is.
Yeah. As he proceeds to just chuck one in his mouth when you aren't looking. Don't worry, I'm just testing it.
I think she's probably grabbing some boxes to start loading them. Sit.
He then helps load boxes.
You don't think they would kick us out of here for doing this? As they're hauling boxes of sweet rolls, I guess, to the front of the university?
Do we want
How dare you make delicious food in our kitchen? Get the fuck out.
So, is it like we just go in front of the front doors, or do we find like the rich people who then just buy like for their whole house? Like,
Could go into the market
door to
district and
door.
see if you could sell.
Yeah, I guess we've been here before, so...
There's
yeah,
a strict no soliciting rule in Imperial City, and I have a visceral reaction to solicitors. There was one that came by trying to sell new windows to us the other week. He would not fucking take no for an answer. I kept saying, no. And he's like, are you sure? It's like, dude, shut the fuck up and go away.
See, what you
You
gotta
know?
do is you gotta exit the dialogue window and close the door in his face like Fallout 4.
Yeah, that's true. Open up the vats.
Or just shoot him with a gun.
Imperial Guard walks up to Alira and Thurby. Your license for that?
I'm with House Brucius. They said we could.
I need to
Oh,
see
that's
an
gonna be
ID.
great. That's gonna go great. Later on, a guard walks up to Taliesin. Did you give these permission to sell without a permit in the city? Do you know what happens when you do that? Oh god.
Nuh-uh. have no
Yeah,
idea
I
what-
guess they'd go to the market district and like set up in between two stalls ish, and like that awkward space, just a stack of boxes of sweet rolls, totally legitimate.
You know what it is? It's like on that stone platform behind one of the statues where all the boxes are in Oblivion. Totally fucking legit. Okay. So we got fighting going on out in the woods. We got that going on. We got Taliesin, and eventually the day winds down. You do. Let me do a roll, and we'll see how much gold you get. You get 21 gold, which is quite a bit because sweet rolls are not really an expensive item.
Lyra widens her eyes at the sun.
But did we sell out?
Yes.
Tiny just is like, hey, we did it.
Imperials are well off.
Well,
I think
no shit.
you're.
No
I think you're
kidding.
cooking. You could sell anywhere. That's not a problem.
I don't know about that. I have a harder time in Black Marsh, but we still have
That's because
time.
you can't speak Gel.
She's trying. She's trying so hard.
I mean, okay, so just avoid Black Marsh, and then you can sell anywhere. Ta-da! Problem solved.
Quiero
Now it's an agreement.
un gato marron, por favor.
I mean, unless Tiny, that is like, unless you're trying to say you've sold sweet rolls
Por
in
favor.
every city, I mean, you can just go from wherever you think you want to go and sell something, right? Like, unless I said I hunted every animal, there's a lot of little animals I might miss. But if I said I hunted all the big animals, then haha, see, you win.
I would feel bad if I went everywhere except for one place. That feels a bit
I mean-
discriminatory at that point.
I mean, you can try, and if they just say no, be like, ah, oh well.
Maybe one day I'll try. It wouldn't hurt to have you around, maybe after all this, to do that.
Sorry, my headset beeped one more time.
One more.
She was saying,
Hablo poco de Gel.
In Coven, in Tamrielen, whatever.
I've been studying it whenever we have a moment. Maybe after this, we could give it a shot. I'd prefer not to be by myself if I go there just from previous experience.
Okay. So Tiny does a quick look around, looking for his teammates. Probably does not see anyone on a nat 1. And then
No.
just is like, yeah, you know, I will follow you anywhere. And then just leans down and kisses her on the forehead.
I think her face just goes bright red.
It's so cute that Alira is attracted to himbos.
Yeah.
Tiny is one of my favorites, so I understand. I feel her.
Oh, he's so dumb. I want him now.
He's nice. People aren't nice enough these days.
Real.
My experience with dumb people is they're ignorant and mean.
He then lightly
Not this
chuckles,
one.
seeing. He lightly chuckles how red her face is, and is like, well, if your face is gonna be that red when we see our friends, you might want to drink some alcohol.
I think she stops mid-sentence, pulls out the 2 bottles from the side of her belt, gives you one, and just starts downing
Hey!
one.
Clunk.
Yeah, a little cheers.
You make your way back with 21 gold richer and out of sweet rolls with 2 drinks. drinking as you're walking back to Arcane University. Talos and Tagroth are being goth. And eventually, you, Caldron, and Glarier, you can't tell that it's night or not. You don't know what time of day it is, but you do start feeling the fatigue rolling in. It's like, okay, maybe it's time to go to bed. You had a busy day. Kind of emotionally taxing day. Especially Glarier, who still refuses to take his character development medication.
It's okay. He'll take it like in 6 months.
No.
It,
You gotta take it soon. Do I need to roll it in cheese?
No.
What if I rolled it in a deer carcass?
That would work.
It's honey.
What about
honeycomb.
fish?
I'll shove it in like one of the eyeball sockets and cover it in honey. There you go.
No. You gotta be like Monster Honey. You gotta pour the honey on the fish.
Oh yeah, that fucking animation. I've run across TikToks who fucking replicate the cooking animation from Monster Hunter perfectly. And they cook the food that's in it. It's wild. I'm like just sitting there mesmerized by how frame for frame it is.
Yeah.
Okay, but now I'm curious. I wonder if any part of Caldron tastes like fish oil.
You know,
Probably.
God.
probably. I mean, I have thoughts about what probably tastes like fish oil, but I don't want to say it out loud.
You just leave this one here and walk away.
Yeah, he did have like a will of fish, like a lot of fucking fish.
It's definitely a fish with no eye. It goes fish.
The one-eyed serpent, sea serpent.
Oh boy.
Oh, and yep, there we are. Nox, don't die.
What is wrong with
Here's the link.
There's
Many,
children
many
present.
Everything. Look, you got the asexual comfortably making jokes.
Oh, that means she likes us, guys.
Hey, we did it. Achievement.
Hell yeah!
Achievement made asexual make sexual jokes. There's the TikTok I was talking about. It's really good.
Oh, that looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
Taliesin just reminded me of something. As we were about to just head back and we hear the piano, Tiny just is like, Alira, did we save any sweet rolls for everyone else?
Look of horror fills her face as she realizes they're carrying an empty stack of boxes. It just all happened so quickly.
He's like, well, I might have some more of the dessert from that hoard we had. Should I go run and grab that and just be like, we forgot, we sold them all, but here you go, everyone can still have sweets.
Why don't we just get up early tomorrow and maybe try to make it up to them?
Okay. And Tiny just like pushes the door open, not even knocking. Taliesin! We can hear your music!
He does not respond.
Are you not responding?
Because he's playing music, he can't hear you.
Why isn't he talking to me? What do we do?
It's the growl.
He's mad at me. He's
Is the
mad
growl
at
still
me.
in the room?
Yeah, they're probably sitting on the piano.
Tiny just is like a new puppy just seeing a face they remember. It's like, Takara! It just comes running over and like is about to give them a hug, but it's like, wait. Fist bump. Fist bump.
Wait, this happened
They,
bad
like-
last time.
They look like increasingly disgusted as he runs over to give him a hug, and then he offers the fist bump, and they just gingerly tap his knuckles on theirs.
Hey!
I think
I thought they were
Alera's
gonna-
still standing in the doorway, just like mouth agape, like, holy shit, it worked.
Seeing that Tagroth has moved outside of sitting on the piano, Taliesin stops playing and he turns around, looks at Thribby, and then looks at Alira. Oh, you're back.
And you did it! Tigralth is back. He starts clapping.
Can you guys hear me all right? Because I'm having some weird problems with things loading.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked. Very well done, spell, Alira. It worked like a charm. When you get the chance, we should probably gather everyone so I can, tell them what I've learned.
She sets down the stack of boxes.
Alira, do you want to send your magic, or do you want me to go run around and look for people?
I thought we may as well check their rooms. But if they're not there, then sure, I can do that.
Okay. And Tiny just, like, zooms out the door.
As soon as they leave, the piano starts playing again.
And yeah, I guess like she'd send a sending to. Oh boy, would she send it to Claire or Caldron? Probably Caldron actually after the council meeting. Never mind.
probably Caldron's. Yeah.
You just hear a voice saying, "The spell worked, and Tagroth is here, and Taliesin wanted us to gather to share some things he's learned."
Oh, you can respond back to it. Right.
Yes.
How many letters is it again? So I don't.
It's 25 syllables. Or 25 words, sorry.
Not
Thank
25 syllables. That's essentially a haiku.
Sorry, I was thinking of poetry. Yeah, it's 25 words.
Ooh, could I come up with a haiku for that?
I'm
This-
currently sparring with Glare. Give us a moment.
It's not suspicious at all.
Can you sus check through ascending?
Yeah!
Based on tone, probably.
Nah, she doesn't care. You know, she doesn't care if they're fucking. She would just be like,
It sounds about the same.
okay, well, they'll get here when they get here.
Oh, okay.
Any luck finding the others?
I don't know, where was Farron? Farron in the room?
In his room.
Okay, yeah, then you just hear, bang, 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 Farron! Are you in there? Just bang, 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 bang.
Enjoy my haiku.
Oh,
Opens the
hi.
door, looking very disheveled.
Oh,
Yes,
Uh,
yes, what is it?
I guess everyone wanted to talk about the plan in the piano room. Are you okay?
Well, I was resting, but... Alright,
Oh.
well, if we meet, I guess we should meet.
I was enjoying the faint sound of music in the air, but I guess not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry for waking you while you were sleeping. But there's a surprise in the piano room.
Okay. Guess I'll come along then. He will follow if he is led.
Oh yeah, Tiny leads the way.
Cool.
the surprise was Tagrath.
Surprise! It's Bitch Bird.
It's like, hey,
Farron's face will droop a little. Oh, damn.
it's like
Oh,
Tagrath is
okay.
back.
You.
Tigroth gives
Do you-
Farron like a really elegant but bitchy wave. Just like, hi, I'm back.
Is it that little
Did you miss
finger
me?
thing? That
Yes,
little
it is.
finger wave?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Do I need to insight check this that to feel there's bad blood? Tiny thought like this was gonna be fine, and then he's like, "Wait, did I make a mistake?"
It's not even bad blood. It's just like I don't like the vibe of this person.
Looks like a Dunmer is a Daedra. Clearly has wings on their back.
Oh wow.
This person is sketchy.
Oh, Tiny you just hear suddenly. Oh,
I guess we're talking about our plans now.
as soon as Clarior and Caldric get here.
When Farron enters, Taliesin slowly stops playing and turns. Ah, you were here.
I just got here thanks to Tiny.
Good. Well, part of I guess, surprise. He, like, shakes his head a bit. Have my servant back. Will be useful to us.
I noticed. Very well.
They were sparring, they said. Not sure how long they'll be.
When you say sparring, do you mean like sparring?
Or fucking.
Or that?
She just shrugs.
We're gonna be here for a while, and he turns back to start playing the piano again. And when he starts playing, it's like a little like softer. But he looks up at Tagrath. You like piano?
Do you want an honest answer?
Sure, humor me.
Yeah.
At least we have something in common.
How long have you been playing?
Dunno. Just do it to pass the time.
Couple
Something-
hours.
It's been a couple hours, I guess.
She laughs a bit. That's not what I meant. Your playing is beautiful. I've never heard anything like it. You must have been practicing this for years.
Oh. Right. Yeah, I played piano for... This is very intense music for...
Sorry. Here, I got something better for this. Give me a hot second. There.
A very long time since I was a child. Don't actually remember when I started, but if I had to guess, maybe around 5? 6? I don't know.
I'm guessing it was something you enjoyed that you just kept up over the years.
Yeah. It's one of the few things that actually brings me comfort. True comfort. I feel like myself. Whatever that means.
She gives a nod. I can see that.
And like as he is replying to you, he like occasionally glances back at you, but without taking his hands off the keys. Then he does the two because of his style and how he's kind of like done something different. The two mage hands appear and add on to the actual melody. But he seems like pretty focused.
Andy.
Does Farron say that?
No.
Damn it.
Wait, so can you always make multiple hands appear, Taliesin? Is that a thing?
I've only done it with two, though. I can really only do it when I'm focusing on this. Usually it's just the one.
Oh, okay. That was gonna be my follow-up, is how many hands can you make?
Wink, wink.
Or just like, can you juggle like with all of your different hands? Like, if I was to throw a sweet roll at, oh no, sorry, don't have a sweet roll. He tries to look for something that he can like throw at Taliesin in the room.
He continues
What if I throw this
playing.
pillow? What if I throw this pillow at you?
Does he throw it?
He's in that like football quarterback stance, like he's about to throw it.
Who juggles pillows?
Well,
I don't know. I mean, do you have ball bearings or something? I mean, those are kind of small. I
don't know, Thribby.
I'll go
don't
find
know.
oranges. I'll be right back while we wait for Glariard.
He looks at Tagroth. I was trying to say I don't know how to fucking juggle, but I guess there's that now.
I can teach you.
I do.
Use him then.
Yeah, they're sparring.
When they're
Just
actually
requires-
sparring.
Just requires a little dexterity with your hands.
And your dick.
Not the
No,
same
we're
topic.
juggling.
I mean, whatever you're juggling, sure.
They're very
Okay,
ball-shaped.
Balls.
Not that kind of juggling. Leave that for Caldron and Glary.
Balls.
Tikroth like looks over at Farron. You know how to juggle.
Yeah, it's not. Is it really that rare of a skill?
These days, I didn't take you for the type.
I honestly thought Tagroth was going to say, I find mortals with dexterity intriguing.
I'm choosing to take that as a compliment.
Oh, you should.
They speak freely. When they say something like that, they're being honest most of the time.
Okay, I guess I will rely on you for the translation then.
You don't really need a translation. They're honest. I told them to be.
Unfortunately.
That's a cool skill. I wish it worked on mortals.
Sometimes it does.
He turns his head a bit, and you see like a very small smile on his face. You sure about that?
Well, sometimes.
Ew, don't flirt in my presence.
And he
That
comes
wasn't-
barging in. I got them! I got them! Here's like 6 oranges.
Good.
We just found out Taliesin can't
Just
juggle.
killed a father figure of Taliesin? Eat an orange!
Yeah.
Something
With
peeling
how
an
much
orange
money
allegory.
Taliesin's family has, they gotta have just like fruits or vegetables like just lying around.
But
or-
this technically isn't my house. This is the arcane universe.
They got money. They gotta eat.
I mean,
poor
your mom
kid.
lives
But-
here most of the time, so...
Yeah, but again, it's like this, you're not taking from Taliesin's family, you're taking from the university, so go off, I guess.
Somewhere
doesn't-
some vitamin C deficient mages could be like, my oranges!
Tiny doesn't realize. He's like, no, this is part of Taliesin's house. Maybe.
Does he say that?
No.
Okay.
No!
No!
Not unless you ask, like, why are you taking things? It's like, well, don't you...
Well,
you said
okay,
you live
fine.
here.
Yeah, sure. He'll like he's still playing because he's he's fucking hyper fixating. He turns his head a bit. Where did you find those?
In the kitchen.
Did you just take the oranges from the kitchen of the Arcane University?
Maybe.
Hi.
Why? It's like your house. Or your mom's house.
But
Well,
said
it
she's
kind of
always
is
here. It's like she
now. I mean,
practically
his
lives here.
actual house is fucking burnt down.
He stops. He puts a hand to his face while the other hand double times to keep pace with
He's
what was in
like-
his head.
He's like, when I go to the companion's house, pub, whatever you want to call it, everyone's welcome there to eat and drink as much as they want. Is it not the same thing where
No,
where your mom works?
Thribby,
Huh?
your band of merry mercenaries works and lives in Yovaska, right? They're all on equal ground for the most part.
Uh-huh.
This is a school.
Mm. Okay.
It doesn't work that way here.
But I mean, everyone's got to eat.
Just
I mean, I
toss
can
the
put them
damn
back when
oranges
we're
to-
done.
Just toss the damn oranges to my bird.
I toss one to
You
Groth. and I
hear
toss-
out of the crack of the window leading outside is like, who took my oranges?
as Tiny's throwing the other ones at Farron, he's like, oh.
Does
Hey,
he throw
it's just
one?
some gangly, nerdy teenager. Like I
Does
said,
he-
vitamin C deficient mage.
Does he throw one at Talism?
No.
Okay.
It one to
No.
Groth, and then 5 to Farron.
oh. Are you sure you were allowed to take these?
According to Taliesin,
About
no.
this time you hear, who took my oranges?
Okay. I'm gonna give this
Why
back.
not?
Here, give me one. I'll just throw it back at the kid.
Just hand it
The
to
kid
him.
in the head.
Doink. Oopla. Oopla. Doink.
Blah,
Sounds like a
You're
lot
going
of
to throw it. Blah. If you're going to throw it,
No,
let
all of
me
a
have
sudden,
one at
just-
least.
There's an orange that comes flying out of the window and the kid just gets beamed in the temple.
Aim for a headshot. I'll aim for a back.
Hold on. You just hear a fucking. Where is it?
Gentle thud.
You hear a gentle.
Hoopla.
Blah.
He looks at Tagroth as like, I might have thrown it too hard.
Of course you did.
Goodness.
I hope he didn't
I
get
mean,
him. Actually, I do. That'd be funny.
there's no way I killed him. Just like, he just watches to see if the body twitches.
All you hear is,
It's an orange, not a. It's an orange, not a stone.
I mean, that's
Oranges
what I
can be-
thought, but the kid went down like a sack of bricks. Or
I
a sack
mean,
of potatoes.
Depending on how ripe the fruit is, it could be harder or softer.
and the best part is, it's a gangly little teenager. Like, this kid has a 5 in strength.
And he just looks back. He's like,
Just like me.
Alera, maybe I might need your help to go check on this kid. I don't know if he's that weak.
It'll be a great time while we wait for our Buzzmerry and Malmerry companion. However long they're gonna take to fuck, that is.
It wouldn't hurt to check on him while we're waiting.
I
Ain't going
refer
in there.
back. I refer
then.
back to my haiku.
I'm not going into the Viper Pit.
We are sparring now. Give me time to stop fucking. We will be right there.
So good.
Before we make this more of a shit post, what did Lyra say?
Yeah, I guess before they go to check on Orange Dude. Ah, that sounds so different in this era. Okay, anyway.
Oh.
God.
And he grew up to be president.
What? You
Oh.
want to be president?
Damn.
No, leave him being on the ground.
The new emperor.
Give me more oranges.
I'm so sorry, giggly kid. What's your name? My name's Donald Trump. Throws an orange at his head.
Like a fucking baseball.
There you go.
She
This is getting clipped, by the
no,
way.
no. That's when you cast Toll the Dead. Don't get them mixed up. Anyways,
she nods towards the piano. She's just like, I'm glad that you were able to find some comfort. A bit of peace that you feel while you're playing. You've had a trying couple of days. It makes holding on to whatever peace we can find that much more valuable.
As she's saying this, he slowly stops his melody to more just like idle playing, but it still sounds melodic enough to sound like a song of sorts. And he turns to her, and he lets the mage hands play in his stead. And the blank stare that you've seen him have the entire day, it looks sad. Yes, I suppose I have. When you have a moment, Alira, I think I'd like to talk to you in private about something.
Sure. She'll give a solemn nod and turn to head towards the kitchen with Tiny.
Tugros just pumps a fist. Yes!
Anyway. And then he will turn back around and continue playing the piano. DM the music. What happened to the music?
I don't know what happened to the music.
The song's so
It stopped because it froze.
This is where we just play the song DJ Please Don't Stop the Music.
There we go. Started the Arc 3 stuff. Actually,
Get
let's put on
DMCA.
peaceful. Let's put on some peaceful because you're in a safe zone.
Hey, DM said it. We're fine, guys.
For now.
And then Marco comes out of fucking nowhere and zaps Tukroth again.
Might have to reload. But so yeah, eventually Caldra and Glarier do come back, and in that time, Alira and Tiny go to the kitchen, and you do help up Orange Kid, and it's not Trump, because Trump's not smart enough to be a mage, and he would try to get out of it by using bone spurs as an excuse. Anyways, that's a deep cut. That being said,
Okay.
you guys all eventually gather together.
Tukroth moment. They're there. Just showing up. Hey, it's me. What's up?
Yeah, it's me.
That is a good
You guys
question.
hear
How
me
bloody
okay?
are they? Yes.
Okay. Because I
Well.
kind of set the stage for you guys to do this, so.
Glarior took 1 punch. Caldron took
Many claw marks. I'm at 101 HP.
several.
I have
Did-
146.
It's
Wait,
like
you're
a
at-
wild raccoon crawled all over him.
Yeah.
So about the same wounds.
But
When it
like
comes out,
Glarior Glarior still looks pissed.
Tiny just looks at Glarior and is like, "Hey, Glarior.
What?
Remember, Cauldron's not the only one who can take a beating." And he kind of just gestures to some and actually points to some of the claw marks from other animals. If you are still angry, he's just like, I'll be your punching bag."
For a split second, Glarior looks like he's about to go Sabercat mode and claw the fuck out of Tiny right there. Like he leans for him and everything.
Tiny just keeps his arms open like he's waiting for the hit.
Yeah.
Alright, Glarior. Do we have
But he
any-
will rage right before Glarior claws him. No, actually he wouldn't. Not right now. He would just let him go. He can take the hit.
Glarior. Oh. Well, no, actually. Fuck that 15.
Roll
You
with
try to claw him
disadvantage.
and it does not rip. It does not go through his muscles.
No, that wasn't an attack.
Oh.
That was a, Alright, well.
Nope. AC is 18 now. He just is like, "Come on, Glarior. I believe in you. You can do it."
Come on, Glarior, I believe in you. Jesus.
There you go.
Okay.
He's like, Honey just like chuckles. He's like, "Got some sharp claws there."
Are you making fun of me?
No, he's like, "That's impressive." He's like, he compares your claw and he points to another part. He's like, "This one was from a saber cat. Like, they might look like matching pairs pretty soon." And then I'll have a great story. I can say I
Oh,
got
that's
pounced
a
by a
one.
saber cat.
He's caught a little off guard by that. Is he
Are they
jealous?
are they are they doing this in the meeting room where they're, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taliesin closes the piano, leans against it, looks at Tagroth once, and sighs.
He's like, "What? We're listening. You can keep going."
If you're going to get blood on the carpet, just go and fucking fight outside. I need your attention.
What about the magic thingy? Doesn't that just clean up blood?
No.
Oh. Okay, Claire, we can't make a mess of Talisin's house.
It's not my fucking house.
Oh, good lord.
Sorry, your mom's house. Mom's workplace.
Alright, Jesus. And Glarior, for good measure, like, he lifts his arms up like he's stretching and then just rakes both hands, like, diagonally across Tiny's entire torso. And then he whips back around to Taliesin.
You done? You
I'm
got all
listening.
you got all the blood out of your system now?
No.
Shame.
Now speak before I do it to you.
Tagroth, if he touches me, hit him.
Must I?
Yes. Anyway. And as he leans against the piano, he proceeds to basically tell them everything Tagroth told him about who they found in Alinor, the specific people, what they looked like, starting with Ronnie, but then ending with like the descriptions that Tagroth gave him. And then he'll turn to Tagroth. Tell them what you told me about Villimaeus and Falnir.
I told you a lot of things.
He glares. Not the intimate details, just the ones that matter. Especially to that one, and he points at Glarior.
Well, I'm sure he knows much of what I already know. Regardless, they turn to look at everyone else instead of Glarior. Villimaeus is a wraith of crows in service to Falnir. He is impulsive, bitchy, and takes great care in his appearance. Kind of like that one. And they nod at Taliesin. But just a little bit worse. I'm told that Villimaeus was the one watching you on the Necromancer's moon. Is that right? Did anyone else notice that?
Did anyone else notice this?
I don't think we did. I'm
As
pretty sure-
far as you know, just Glarior.
Okay. Tiny just shakes his head.
Velma,
Talk to yourself like I do. Do it!
You did
Suffer
this
the
to yourself.
DM's curse!
Glarior just grits his teeth. I saw him. But I think I was the only one. Wonderful. My entire series based off of the anecdotes of a lunatic. Alright. Well, as for Falnir, which I'm sure most of you want to know. Stop looking at me like that, Glarior. Falnir is, by all accounts, mad. I knew of him. I didn't know him quite well. But I knew of him in the Second Era when he was a boy. Not a boy, but roughly around his age. And they nod to Taliesin again. I think. I don't actually know how old you are. Whatever, I don't care. Anyway. He cannot be reasoned with. If you face him, you must kill him. Although I'm sure you knew that by now. Whatever man you thought you knew, Glarior, is gone. And has been for a long time. Same as with Villimaeus. He and I were close enemies, shall we say. I lost track of him roughly middle of the Third Era, a little bit before. It was last era, last I heard from him. But I would not take fighting them lightly. Especially not Falnir. He, Do I have to recite my poetry again?
He glares.
I did write a haiku of Tagroth.
Tagroth just like rolls their eyes. Right. Well, since I've known him, he's gotten
Tagroth
better and
bitch
better.
waves you. They have some bad news to share. Weep now all at once.
don't remember what I was saying.
Talking, recite my poetry.
I remember.
Hmm.
They continue. Since I first knew him, he's gotten considerably better at archery and storm magic, probably. And, harnessing Daedric power. If you think that one's a predator, they point at Glarior. You have no idea who he learned it from. He is savage, and if any of you are caught off guard, he will make some of the most beautiful work out of your corpses. Splay your flesh open like an eagle. It's quite beautiful, honestly. I envy his craft. But, regardless, he's an ambusher. And he will try to take you by surprise. And there's no reasoning with him, nor with fellow mayors. So, I would say that I would wish you all good luck, but I think that I would jinx you. So I won't do that. Instead, I will say, for posterity's sake, that I hope you die cleanly.
And when they finish, Taliesin looks to Glarior. Figured that might be useful to you.
He stares at Tigroth and then shifts his gaze to Taliesin, and he looks hostile.
Or not, whatever.
You think I did not know this?
You don't really tell me a lot.
You think that a Daedra would know my father better than me? And he stops when he says that.
That will catch Taliesin off guard.
Not my father. He's not my father anymore. Whatever. It's useful to you. To the rest of you. Who didn't know him. Who don't know him. But yes, I learned my ways of carnage from him. My love of gore. I'm sure that's not surprising.
Sorry. Fucking siren.
Es pregante.
Can udit pregante.
Have sex during pregnancy? Hurt top of baby head?
Will it hurt baby top of his head?
Pregananant.
How would you use a Luigi board?
38 plus 2 weeks. Pregananant?
Oh my god, this episode's like half a shitpost now.
As is most of our episodes. For real.
It's true, but like, we have our moments. It's like, this is like 90%.
Look, I'm trying to loosen you up before I actually stab you in the back again.
Great.
Um,
I actually, you know what? I don't think you were done, Nox.
If I had anything more, I don't remember what it was. Go ahead.
Love for gore, that's all I remember. Taliesin specifically Taliesin shrugs. I mean, I just thought that you were a hunter and you enjoyed the thrill of the hunt. Don't really think about that much, but sure, I guess.
A rabbit who grows in a wolf den will grow to be a wolf. We are raised, and that becomes the way we behave. Of course I learned it from somewhere. Do you think I was born like this?
Of course not. You did mention that Falner taught you things, and he also didn't tell you things. Didn't know if it was important or useful to you or not.
I've seen him hunt, and I've seen him kill. I've seen these... He glares at Tigroth. Tapestries of flesh.
Oh. I see. Sure.
Did you have anything else to say?
No, you can leave.
So, Tiny raises his hand.
What?
So, are we just resting here for the night and heading out tomorrow, or are we planning again? Like, because I left early during the meeting, but at one point it sounded like we were gonna make plans, but I don't know if that still happened or not.
No one's in the mood to make plans right now, Thribby.
Okay. Tomorrow it is.
After news has been shared, you guys all split apart to rest and decompress. You all get a long rest.
Can I try to find Talison's brother?
Taliesin would probably know if he's still here or not. If
Is
not,
he?
you could try. Yeah. In Taliesin, you would know he probably went back to Coral to deal with the problem there because he does work and live there in his own home.
Of course. I guess if he was looking for him, he would tell Tiny that, if you're looking for Lucian, he's probably back in Coral. He is captain of the guard. They've got to deal with, arson. Despite the fact we know who the arsonist is.
He has this very, confused look on his face. I'm not even gonna roll because you almost always see through Tiny. So he just has this, I have a question and I don't know if I can answer it. Or if I don't know if I can ask it.
Ask.
Well, I guess I have two questions.
Before
your
you
parents-
ask, he raises a finger. Before you ask, he looks back at Tigroth. You want them here for this, or do you care?
Oh no, Tagrath is fine. Tagrath is cool. I don't mind them.
Very well. Anyway, ask.
At least someone likes me.
Yeah, and he gives Tagrath a thumbs up.
He looks back. You have your moments.
Are your parents also in Coral, or are they here?
I'd imagine Stentis is here, but Cassandra is most likely there, yes.
Okay. And then, this all sounds weird because I know you hold most of the money because you're so much better at it. But could I have 10 gold maybe, or
He
something.
gives you a platinum piece.
He's like, what do I do with the platinum piece?
It's 10 gold.
It's
But he's like, well, I mean, like, I just bought. I mean, okay,
I
fine,
just
I guess
imagine he's learning this for the first time. Like, wait,
no, Tiny knows, but he's just like, oh, I spent most of my money buying food, and I was like, just to have something in case I want to buy things for the party again. But I guess a platinum piece works, and he just puts it away. I am glad your dad stood up for you, for us, for admitting whatever happened previously, because I was planning, I don't know if speech is the right word, conversation, and he just smiles.
You were
But now I
going to
don't-
beat up my father.
No, never. I was just going to squeeze his hand lightly and then tell him, like, do you know how many bones is in a hand? I don't know, but we could find out. But
Please, I'm glad you didn't do that.
But yeah, right? Like he was a dick before and he was nicer next time, and so he explained shit happened. And so I'm glad you
As-
guys had a chance to talk and mend bridges. So,
Mending is a strong word, Thurby.
well,
But at least he apologized.
he tries to think for a second. Well, he's like, I what is it called? Entendre, a double meaning sentence. Your foundation, your house is gone, but the foundation is still there. It can get better. The people of your family, your dad, your mom, your brother, are all still alive. You guys can rebuild the house together, or not necessarily the same, or whatever you want it to be, but it's there, right?
He pats Thurby on the shoulder, and despite the fact that it's like a gentle, like, brotherly styled pat, he still has like his deadpan look on his face. I appreciate the sentiment, Thurby, and I understand where you're coming from. My family's been broken for years.
did Tiny just Ohana means family him?
No.
No!
No!
Nah.
No!
He
He's like,
just gives him a nod. You
Well-
do realize... Well, no, you wouldn't realize. You didn't even know about it till I told you right now. My dad gave me up to Nocturnal because apparently I was the most unluckiest child to ever exist on this face of Cyrodiil. Had to take a breath.
I mean,
And I just learned
That's a
that
lot.
yesterday,
no.
after I
get
killed
it.
my other father.
I get it. There's a lot. I don't mean to be in your grill, in your face. Well, I don't know why I said grill. I don't mean to be in your face.
Thurby out
With
here
all this.
inventing slang.
But it's those like little moments where sometimes you're like, I wish I said blank, or I wish I did this. And as an outsider, I was like, maybe it might help to. Sometimes you can't see what's right in front of you, so I was like, maybe a little help. But like you said, I don't understand politics. There's a lot that goes on. It makes my head hurt and my nose bleed.
No, I understand what you're saying. Look, I know I'm not completely here right now, as I was made very aware. He looks back at Tagroth and glares.
Is it? What did they say something?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I told him off.
Gives him
That's rude.
gives him the finger.
They- as he's as his like finger is up, they this is real stupid. They make the like OK sign and just put that around his middle finger.
I was picturing it one of two ways: either a "fuck you," which that was close, or a hand to the chest, fake shock and offend. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
How?
How do you?
Why are you doing like the
Okay.
Italian hand gesture?
I
It was either that or
you,
I'll
mean-
just
you
check
mean
the
the
game.
three fingers together and the wrist shake?
Hell yeah.
No.
Make fun of our local Italian here.
bruh, what did I do to deserve this?
You were Italian. That's what you did.
That's what you did. Yeah.
My life is nothing but a joke to you people, I swear to God.
I swear to God.
It's useful for something.
I can't escape this fate. I'm just a walking joke. Mamma mia. No, I'm kidding.
Mamma
Yeah.
mia.
But yeah, to Groth's motion, Tiny just looks at it like, if you guys are gonna do that, I will leave and give you your privacy.
Ew,
Yeah.
no.
Are you guys doing this in front of everyone, or?
No, this is like I'm assuming that everyone left to go back to their, rooms after Taliesin stopped
Yeah.
talking. Tiny came back to the room where Taliesin and Tagroth are in.
I see.
And he like looks at Tagroth and back. Gods, no, what? Why? Then he immediately smacks Tagroth across the face.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Ow.
you also were asking. Nope, I'm not going there. Never mind.
What?
When Tiny had that brief, remember that moment when we were in Shil Gorath's room,
I
or the
remember,
Great
yeah.
Pleasure room?
Yeah.
And it's like, who are we gonna fuck here? And it's just like,
Hey, yo.
You gotta fuck her.
Please,
You just
please mention it. That's gonna be so funny though.
Tiny would just be like, if Taliesin was asking, he's like, no, I mean, like, I fucked a Daedra. I mean, you were going to fuck one also. There's that conversation. But no, I mean, we're not talking about that anymore, I guess.
Are you talking about when we were in Sanguine's realm?
Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah, you did ask me that question, didn't you?
Oh.
Didn't cross my mind till now. Thank you for that. And he gives like a bright, really weird smile.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Kate, that's my cue to leave. You two alone. Got it. And just turns on his heels and starts heading toward the door.
There you go, Taliesin. In general, in the Discord.
God damn it. Every time.
It's a great thing I subbed till chaos on Twitch.
What a good.
I mean, I guess he would, as 3B leaves, he would turn to the Groth. He did actually ask me that.
What?
He asked if I've fucked you before.
Did he? What'd you
He did.
say?
No, of course, because it's the truth.
You should have lied.
Would have been really funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I don't mind.
Yeah, but then it occurred to me that he mentioned something that I can tell you whatever to do. Yeah. Funny how that works.
Of course.
Fade to black.
Part of being a Daedra.
Oh, wow.
Even I wasn't expecting that, and I'm playing the slut.
No.
He's an emo slut, okay? Anyways, you guys all settle down for a long rest, and when morning comes,
Before we go to sleep, can I sending to the dude that Tiny said from the companions,
yeah, sure.
whose name Alira
Codlack.
remembers?
You briefly
Codlack,
met him
yep.
once. Codlac Whitemane. You can literally play Skyrim, walk up to your Vesker, go down and talk to him. It's only been 5 years. He's just 5 years older. It's okay.
Yep, she just
And for those of you in chat,
like,
no, he dies in the quest line. He doesn't because Aaron never joined the companions.
gross strats.
No easy XP for you.
She saw that they were werewolves, Aela and Skjor were werewolves, and noped the fuck out immediately. She's like, nope! I'm out! I'm not turning into one. She has standards.
And then she married Ulfric.
Yeah, well, it's mostly his house Carl that's kind of like the uncomfy uncle that you meet at Thanksgiving.
But yeah, she just say something like, Codlac, it's Alira, friend of Tiny's. A powerful mage hunts the companions. Be extra careful with your jobs. Sure hope that was 25.
That was 20.
Yes.
I was counting.
The sure hope that was 25 was the 25.
Yeah, no, high key, she would like be like that.
Fuck, now write me a haiku!
And then it cuts off.
I forgot to do that. Whoops.
All sendings will now be in the form of haiku.
Slam poetry.
Slam poetry time, quickly. Anyways, it does connect. There's a brief silence. Thank you. Let him know I appreciate. And we will mobilize. That's all you get. A few words. He gets it. He's gonna handle it.
Very.
He's more eloquent than Tiny, that's for sure.
I mean, I think most people are.
During this time, Tiny's like, Ohana means family.
Nope.
Family.
Tiny's finishing
No.
off the rest of the jug.
Still better than the live action version.
Let's not
Yeah,
talk
the
about that.
live action ending pissed me off. I literally found out and I wanted to throw my phone across the room.
It's a bad movie. Don't watch it.
Yeah, don't watch it. It's bad. Trust me. All you have to do is look on TikTok for what the ending is.
I also wanted to have that conversation with Alira since we're probably going to be planning and then leaving.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, jokes aside, Taliesin did not fuck Tagroth. That was the joke. I swear to God. Anyway, there's like a little bit more piano playing before like an hour later he leaves to go find Alira. He would probably have Tagroth come with him. Because, you know, not letting them out of his sight again. And knock on whatever door that she's staying in. Or staying at.
You just hear a little, yes, under 25.
Was she playing
my
video
God.
games in there? Wait, what
That's
are video
awesome.
games?
She's just like me.
Yes!
And Tanaka, you just hear like a sharp, like, pushing back of a chair. Like a bit startled. And she goes to open the door. Oh, Taliesin.
He
Are
nod.
you...
Hmm?
She was just like trying to gauge how he's doing.
He has the same deadpan expression he's had for like the last day.
Quick, somebody say, hiccups aren't real.
You don't have them. They're not real.
You don't
Fake.
have hiccups. Prove it.
Fake.
Prove it.
Where's proof?
Huh?
Prove it right
Thank
now.
you. Thank you. Appreciate
You're welcome,
it.
Thumbs up. Cat thumbs up. He
My
just
job.
he does like a small nod to Alira. Is there like a never mind. It's a growth.
What?
Stay outside, make sure we're not disturbed, thanks.
Fine.
Not like he had a choice. And then he walks in.
No.
She closed the door.
It's... how are you doing?
Well, I suppose it's a relief to have our names cleared. And truthfully, a bigger relief to have one of the anchorites defeated. She kind of like looks at Taliesin, measuring his response as she brings up that part.
He's not looking at you, he's looking away, and the guys that he's been holding breaks, and he has a very pained look on his face. Yes. The anchorite is dead.
I'm sorry.
What's there to be sorry for? He was gone. There was nothing I could do for him. Nothing.
That doesn't mean you didn't want to, you didn't hope. And I'm sorry that it couldn't happen. Not in this reality. But you tried.
Did I? And he looks up and there are tears finally streaming down his face. Heavily. Did I try hard enough?
You did all you could. There
Wow.
was...
I don't think I did, Alira. I don't think I did much at all. I saw visions, I felt his hatred, his pain. I thought we were similar. I really did. I thought that maybe he would be able to relate to a family that doesn't feel like a family. To have a father that said that he loved you like you were his own flesh and blood, but you're nothing but a failure. A mother that looks at you with scorn every single day you wake, and every moment you're in her presence. And the only guiding light in that entire time is a brother that doesn't have much of a clue of what's going on and is just trying his best. Succeeding, but doing better. I thought I could relate. I thought maybe I could reach out to him. But I was wrong. Just like I've seemed to be wrong with so many other things. But I guess just that's the way that fate, or in my case, luck, rolls. It dice in my favor, right? That's the way it works. Lucky enough to be part of an Elder Scroll. To kill the man that I called father.
Her face is twisted in a sympathetic pain. There's no sugarcoating that this path set before us is a bit cruel. A lot cruel. And like the other doom driven before us, I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
Oh. I wouldn't want to wish my poor fate on another sod. Another poor soul. Just to think
The
he was...
Taliesin. Oh, go ahead.
He lied. Lied to me all these fucking years. Nothing matters. My whole life has been nothing but a lie.
Her voice is almost a whisper as she says, "It wasn't entirely a lie. He did wish to have you as it is at his side. As twisted as that is. It's not comforting at all, but he cared about you in some respect." And as hard as it is to believe right now, your family does too.
Now they do.
I can only imagine how hard it was to grow up in this environment. Around all of those counselors and their houses. It feels harsh just being here for a day.
If only you knew the half of it. Entire life in Cyrodiil. Even with what Lady Luck has given me, I felt like a ghost. Perhaps that was her power at work. Knowing that I could have been worse off, I suppose.
There are far worse fates out there somehow.
We have one of them here. I have a family, Glariel doesn't.
Yeah.
Though, from what it sounds like, what little of his family he has is worse off than mine. I actually feel sorry for him.
She gives a guilty look of agreement. Because she's been thinking that for a while.
Vampire, revenant, possibly a necromancer now. Gods. But
You scared me today. Did you see all those marks on Caldron? Now he tore into Tiny. I don't know how to tell him that the words in my ancestors' journal are likely true. Even though his whole identity was, well, you know. Somehow his words were true at the same time. As paradoxical as it sounds.
He needs to admit that to himself. Just like I need to admit to myself that, well, he finally looks Alira in the eye. And he, despite the fact he has the black marks under his eyes, he looks exhausted. I'm not okay. I don't think I ever was. And I'm no use to you or Nocturnal, the rest of everybody here, if I'm not okay. I don't know what to do. I'm lost.
Rest. And gather your thoughts. This is all too much for any mortal to handle. It only makes sense that we're left feeling this way. So, you have to take care of yourself. And have faith that there is a path forward from here. You have one in front of you, hard as it is to see. Taliesin, I know that your family has been extremely cruel to you in the past. And I don't expect you to accept them right now. That's unreasonable. Wounds don't heal that quickly. But please try not to burn what could be because of these wounds that you're feeling right now.
Oh. I'll consider it.
That's all I can ask. She'll kind of like give him a hug and like rest his head on her shoulder.
He cries. Like he just lets it out. It's like something has been lifted off of him. It's like the longer the hug happens is like the worse it gets. Like he's been holding it in for a very long time.
Is it ugly crying like Steven Universe at the end of Steven Universe Future?
No, it's
Okay.
more... I'd say it's painful, but it's more of a subtle pain. Because
Okay.
he's like... still not used to showing this amount of vulnerability to someone, or at least someone in the party. And when he finishes, he sniffs.
During that hug, Taliesin couldn't see it, but her face was still twisted in that sympathetic pain. But yeah, afterwards she would just be like, we're very fortunate to be in a place where we have a bit of respite. Please take all of the time that you can to rest your spirit.
He nods as he wipes his eyes and his nose. Right. I should do that. Thank
and there
you.
Will be of course. I'm happy to listen anytime. It's... And I know that it doesn't help, but I really am sorry, Taliesin. And there will be fresh sweet rolls in the morning. Tiny and I already made plans to whip some up. We got a bit carried away today and
Don't worry, I
got
could
to
smell
save
it.
some. I had no idea Imperials had so much gold. I mean, they've fetched so much more here than we would have in Solitude.
Might I recommend starting your business plans in Cyrodiil then?
Oh, I don't know the first thing about business. It was always my grandfather who took care of that part. I think I would get eaten alive here without a little know-how.
Or maybe you just need a certain Imperial to have the charm on some people, yeah? He smiles.
She gives him a look and turns the smile with a grin. I would quite like that, and I would really appreciate the expertise.
Of course. I was a sort of a teacher, after all, in the Legion. Can't be that hard to do some business savviness.
She gives a laugh. After this, I'm holding you to this, Taliesin.
If there's one thing that I can keep, it's promises.
She gives a nod with a smile. And I look forward to it.
He turns to leave, stops, and then looks back. You know, it's funny, Alira.
What is that?
You remind me of her, you know. Ronnie. I think she'd like you.
Her face kind of softens at that. That's a great honor. I'm glad to be.
Then he walks out.
With that, tense conversations and shared news and release of emotion aside, you guys all settle down for the night, rest, and wake up in the morning to the smell of sweet rolls. And thus, the planning begins on how you're going to do this. As you all gather together over breakfast to talk about what was discussed in the Elder Council chambers. Your plans, the order of attack, and how you're going to approach it. And surprisingly, after giving you guys a day, Stentus does kind of join you. Kind of nudges in the room, stands back and crosses his arms as you all sit around the table, waiting to be acknowledged, because he is not going to just kick the door down and go, "What's up, bitches?" He's being very polite about it and giving you space, letting you notice him before he says anything.
Tiny waves. It's like, hello, morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I see you guys are eating breakfast.
You want a
And
sweet roll?
Phileas, I would like one very much.
Here you go.
He walks over and sits down in an empty chair. And Phileas wanted to know what you were going to do. How
Well,
are you going to approach this? Because remember, he did say if you're going to do the recommended path of the rituals first, you have to knock them both out quickly.
Well, that's what we were about to discuss here. The plan of attack, and he moves over to the map that he has with everything marked on it. We don't worry about the orbs right now because that's something we can get later as suggested, and when he mentioned the whole plan to begin with, it's the most logical one to work on. So, first thing is first, gotta make it to Port Telvanus. After that, we find out where the ritual site is there, deal with that. And at the same time, once that's done, we have to find a manner of getting directly to the other ritual site, which from what I told is in Alinor. From what we know is in Alinor, in Araclane's Manor.
Therein lies the problem, and Phileas told me that Manamarco likely has that place on lockdown. Is Tagroth still here, or is he gone?
Tagroth would be by Taliesin.
I see you have the Daedra back.
Tagroth, gay Tagroth, but just call them Tagroth.
Tagroth. I see that you're back. Where were you held? By the way, Tagroth, you would see the strand of a deal with Nocturnal on him.
Tagroth starts speaking and then pauses, stares at him for like a second, and then just carries on, staring at him a little more intently than they were before. Well, I was held in Alinor. Manamarco desecrated a temple to Oriel. There was. Most of them I remember. Or cared to, anyway.
He likely has that city on lockdown, especially with you back here now.
I've no doubt.
There's gotta be a way for you to sneak in. No doubt if you take down the teleportation ritual first, you'll be able to teleport there.
Aye, that's the idea.
And teleport out. I asked Cassandra to make a few more of those magica potions. Just a couple more, so you can do that without much issue. But there's got to be a way you can sneak into that city without being noticed.
There might be a way, but we need to contact him first somehow.
Who?
In our time traveling, we came across a certain Altmeri privateer, you could say. Doesn't like the Altmeri Dominion that much, especially the Thalmor. Have you heard of the Golden Sails, Father?
Oh, yes.
Well, it would be that
It could
captain
be
in particular.
as nice as pirates are, but I don't think they can evade the sight of a Daedric prince.
Oh, of course not. That's why we have disguises. Thalmor, of course. It's the only thing that makes
He
sense.
grimaces a little. I have read some of your stepmother's books, and a Daedric prince's or a god's sight is beyond what we could comprehend. And I'm sure Tigroth can confirm this, right?
Of course.
I get the sense he might see through that. You may need to go more magical, if you have any way of doing that. Maybe Anphilius can help you with that? A way to block a god's vision?
Actually, we do know two very wonderful mages that have that capability. One of them, of course, is Devaith Fear, and the other one is currently in Wayrest.
Devaith Fear might do it.
Up to you.
Oldest and most powerful wizard in all of Tamriel.
I mean, he wouldn't really have much of a choice. This is literally the fate of Tamriel, and put the better part Nirn on the line.
That is true. Maybe he does have something. He, out of any mage, including your stepmother, would know a way.
And even then, if he doesn't want to, it could probably just... Or we could probably just contact House Telvanni.
They're pretty good about it, too.
They were wanting to reach out to Neloth anyway.
Aye.
He cringes a little at that name.
Yes, we're very
This-
well aware of the pride of Neloth Telvanni, but he's the only other person that we know of that can make something that can resist charming effects or something that alters the mind to turn one against another.
Yes, I'm just more of concerned because he doesn't like anyone.
Oh yes, we've seen that.
That's not true. He liked us.
I kind of doubt that.
Kind of like he thinks of it that no, yeah, he liked us. He gave us a magic talking stone.
He gave...
Giving a trinket does not mean he likes you.
He
Tiny's like that's expensive. He gave us something.
And also,
nice.
you guys do know of a single person he does like.
Yeah, the Nervery.
One person. No, he hates him.
It's Aaron.
Um,
It's Aaron.
Oh, right. I was mixing them up.
He fucking hates Feldrin.
Well,
They just work together because they have to.
Taliesin would, wave his hand at her. It's a business arrangement of matter of importance. A little bit different.
Oh wait, I have a question.
What?
Yes?
Which one were we going after first? Was that the one in
Port
Alan or the
Sylvanas. Teleportation.
Where's that on the map?
He points to the upper right corner.
Oh. I mean, what about our friend who got us through the trees last time?
That is a possibility, yes, but we're still thinking about how to hide ourselves.
Oh.
Transportation is worked out. You can have your friend take you there and teleport out. We discussed this in the meeting. It's the hiding yourself from being seen by a god that is the problem. And he does not have to look directly at you. He could just perceive where you are.
Talzin also taps the necklace that they're all wearing. We all have one of these as well, so there's a double layer protection.
I just want to point out above table that does not block true sight.
You also said perceive, so you know scrying, it's part of the thing.
I mean, unless
I'm in Stentis's mind, who does not entirely grasp like what this special vision gods have. He just knows they have something that just allows them to know things.
I think Tiny would say, he's like, yeah, these fancy magica necklaces thingy work most of the time. I mean, if he really, really, really wants to find us, he can try. But I think the Wolf's friend, I forget his name, really important mage, said even he probably can't do that all day, every day.
I am not talking about scrying.
Oh.
Stentis, if it's not going to really matter if we try to dress up or use magic against something, there's very few things that can get past Manamarco's real vision. If he wants to see us, he will see us.
That's why I think going to Devathir, like you suggested, is probably a good idea. He would know out of anyone. From what I read, he was friends with Sotha Sil.
We also have another mage that is on par with Devath we could speak to before we go anywhere in particular, so...
And I trust you in what you can do. I'm just giving information that your stepmother spewed off at me.
Of course.
She was kind of rushed before she left back for Coral.
Of course. But once we figure out, get an item that might help us, or a spell, or whatever, Port Sylvanas, get that done, transport to Alinor, get through whatever things are waiting for us at the manor, get that one done.
Oh, and he pats around his robes for a moment and pulls out of, like, his side robe pocket. It's kind of long and it looks like he's sticking his arm inside his robe. And he pulls out a thick letter for you guys and slides and, like, pushes it across the table to the center of it. That's from, Amphilius. Apparently, you asked him to scry on some people.
Oh. Yes, I did. And Talzin will reach to it, and inspect it.
Okay. Refresh my memory on, like, specifics, because I got, like, extras all written down, but what were the specifics that Taliesin wanted? Because I couldn't, when I was taking notes after session last game, I completely fucking blanked on the names.
One of the people was, Mercer Frey. Another one was Farron's sister.
Okay.
Which kind of already know where she is. Let me see. I think he also asked to scry on both Davthin and Verlaine to see where they were.
Okay.
Let's see.
I know the Orb of Mara was not Mara. That's different. The Orb of Mara was brought up. Was that one of the things?
I think that was, yeah, to see where it is.
And it does open up, and he says, it says, these are the things that I scryed upon. I scryed upon Davthin, Verlaine, the 2 remaining orbs, Mercer Frey, and probably not Cylinder. He wouldn't have done that. That would have been stupid. And Fennec. If you have time, I would like to tell it to you in person. If not, Stantis has a second letter that just details it. But I would like to tell you in person.
I see. Right, well, there'll be more details if we miss anything, but I suppose we can talk to Amphileus before we leave.
Probably for the best. Akato has put me on this path and coordinating with the other governors in defense once this black sky goes down. But for now, my focus is making sure you lot handle getting those 2 rituals down as best as you can. I'm here to help you succeed in every single way.
Right.
If you need money, he does reach into his robe again and pulls out a pouch of money, and it thunks on the table. And then he passes it to you, Taliesin.
Slides that into the bag of holding.
Not going to check how much is in there?
How much is in there?
Taliesin, you take a quick look, and you see quite a bit of platinum. Rough estimate looks between 700 and 900 platinum.
Jesus
Holy fuck.
Christ.
Parents' eyes would
Your
bug out of their
dad's
sockets.
fucking rich, dude!
Jesus fucking Christ.
Family starving
That's
on
about
moldy bread.
That's about 7,000 to 9,000 gold. I think.
Let me double check. Pretty sure.
Yeah. My maths is not so great.
So 700 platinum, you said?
I mean, if it's
700
base 10, you just add a
Yeah,
0.
7,000.
Yeah, I'll put it around 753 platinum. Yeah, damn rich people fucking eat the rich.
My family's just been subsisting on moldy bread for years. Y'all just throw this type of money around.
I don't like the fact that's 3 secret rolls, Soul. I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm rolling Verlaine, Davthin, and Fennec save without revealing numbers to you.
It's still concerning.
I don't want you to know their numbers yet, because then that would be forward information.
No, of course.
You know?
I'm just still concerned. Doing a quick look of it. 7. That's a. He rubs the back of his head. Thanks.
Of course.
Baronet's
I
looking,
may
like,
not be the
seriously.
best father, but I can try.
You are doing us a service. Thank you, again. Slides it into the bag of holding.
You'll be happy to know they all rolled pretty low this time. I guess I'm working out my low rolls for when you actually face them.
Hopefully.
Yeah, the face die without modifiers was 2, 4, and 7.
Oh.
Really shit rolls. I'm not going to tell you what the modifiers are because, like I said, I don't want to reveal their numbers to you yet. I mean, you know a little bit of Phoenix, but I don't think you ever discovered his wisdom. So,
No, we did not.
yeah. So, yeah, slash fear. He does stand up and he leads you to Amphilius's office. Tiny, weird circle on the ground. He vanished in cascade of sparks. That's scary. Did the ritual burn him up? Oh God!
And he just has his face like his hand is on his axe, and he's like, "Do I need to just break this circle to get him back?" He's like, guys,
Do we break it? Pulls out axe? No!
guys, I'm gonna break the circle. I'll get him back. I'll get him back.
Oh, fuck are
Oi.
you talking about?
He disappeared.
Alira's crouched next to the circle already, like, is that... I've never seen
It is-
something like this.
It is very old spell work, at least 300 years old. As the Morrowind music kicks in, they need to
They
remake that.
She's just like frantically scribbling notes in her book as they like go through the teleporter.
You watch Alira go through and vanish in a cascade of sparks. Ah!
And he just like freaks out and like grabs for empty air.
Just walk through the bloody thing already.
If we die, we die.
You're not
You
gonna
just push him through and he vanishes in a cascade of sparks.
Yeah,
It's
he like kicks Tiny on the butt and just like forces him through.
That like image with like Tiny holding his axe with both hands in front of him, like the scared kid, immediately like swings his arm out once he comes on the other side, getting ready to swing.
You appear in a room with in like a messy office with Amphilius just standing there with like a chalk in his hand at the board, and Stenta standing by the desk, and Alira just like looking around, like looking at you like you're insane.
Talzin would
Slowly
have
puts his
turned.
axe away.
Talzin would have turned to Farron. I used it yesterday. You'll be fine. Come on. And he offers him a hand.
Fireman just fucking casually takes the hand and walks in.
Very similar to Telvanni style teleportation circles. It's a little freaky.
Ugh.
And when he pops up, he looks at Alira. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Apparently short-range teleportation should be fine. This works.
Or it's just the possibility that what's been here has been here since the Mages Guild, and thus extremely old spell work.
He shrugs.
Anyways, I'm glad you all decided to come. I can actually tell you my preferred way of communicating important information. Prevents interesting things from happening. Especially since this room is warded. He points to the ceiling, and you do see a very fancy-looking, in gold engraving in the ceiling, a warding circle. Alright, so I scried on... Yes, and Phileas is autistic. Thank you for noticing I coded my character autistic after me. Arden technically is a little autistic too.
No, I just heard that I prefer doing this in person. Like, yep, that's literally me.
Oh my god, he's literally me.
Oh my god, so me. Also at the same time, ew, people.
So real for that.
Anyways. Yeah. Anyways. He, goes back to his desk and sits down. So, first thing I did was I scried on that Mercer Frey guy. He is in Port Telvanus. He has somebody else. There was like 2 other people there. How do I describe them? Because it was a little hard to see because they were walking in and out on the edge. It was a woman, imperial woman, and some breadhead with wings. That's the best way I could describe it. Motions to DeGroth. Kind of like him.
How short was the woman?
I don't think... I know who she is. It only took a brief glimpse at her face. I know exactly who this woman is. She is a colleague that works at the Arcanum in Alinor. Her name's Cassilla Nephilos. And you hear Stantis go, shit.
Does that name ring a bell?
Not really. You would have probably learned about her when you became governor.
Okay. He looks over to Stentis. You know this woman?
Met her briefly once or twice. She's... Let's just say she belongs with the Altmer. He looks to you, Tiny. She's a stuck-up bitch.
Oh. And just nods. Okay.
And this person with wings with red hair, anything else significant about them?
Dark clothing. I didn't see anything else. They were just on the edge. It was fuzzy. I did get a glimpse of the circle itself, though. He was standing near it. And I caught one instance happening in the 10 minutes that I scried is someone appeared in it and just instantly vaporized. Should change the music. Peaceful is not what works in this moment. So I'm assuming how this spell works is somebody tries to teleport this intensely powerful ritual, grabs onto them, anchors them in place inside the circle, and magic essentially overloads them and kills them. That's the way I view it. I'm assuming... Well, I shouldn't assume, actually, because that could actually cause problems. But I would be careful with the circle. Very careful with it. Wait until they're all dead, then let me know and I will remove the circle. Or you could have some other powerful mage to it. Whatever works best for you.
So it's not just like break the ground that the circle
No.
makes. Oh, okay.
You break
Got
the
it.
ground, you will turn Port Telvanus into Vivek City.
What's that mean?
It means it'll turn into a crater, Thribby, and we'll die in the explosion.
Okay, that sounds bad.
That level
Very.
of magic you do not just wipe away or break, or it has to be meticulously untangled. He was dumbing it down for you. You saw him, he was about to say deconstructed. He stopped, looked at Tiny, and went untangled.
Yeah, got you.
Before you continue, Anphilius, he looks back at between Tigroth and Glarior. We'll first stick to Tigroth. Does that sound like Villimaeus?
Tigroth just looks at Glarior. Yeah, probably.
Hmm. And if Villimaeus is there, should we expect Fauna to be there as well?
Should we? They stare at Glarior. He squints. Maybe.
Warrior? Yes, you should expect him to be there.
Fuck. Okay.
Oh boy.
There were times when he sent the bird to do his dirty work, but they were never far apart. I would not put it past him to be lurking there somewhere.
All right.
Oh boy.
So we planning a fight 3 against 6?
4.
I'm not fighting Falnir.
4, and if I'm assuming correctly, with Cassilla, who's a powerful mage, possibly even dead, because there were a few dead Dunmer in that temple.
What? So you said to take care of the people before the circle. Is it?
Yes.
So
Aye.
is it? Are we going to try to like separate them out?
From what I saw, you cannot separate them. They're
Okay.
all in one large room. There's one door in and no doors out, other than that one door.
Oh, really?
And he stands up and goes to a chalkboard, and he roughly draws the shape of the room. It's kind of like a rectangular shape with 2 alcoves on the side. One in each alcove and one in the back wall of the room. It has the stone shrines to the tribunal. Not Amalexia. Sorry, my brain's still on. Boetha, Mafala, and Azura. And there are 2 tables in the room and one solid wooden door with the teleportation circle in the center. There wouldn't... and he kind of draws like an X's where they were standing, and he draws lines that they are like little arrows of where they were moving around during the scrying. So they generally tend to stay in that room.
Joy.
I've only... Yeah. That is gonna make things fun. But I did not see Falnir in that room. I did not see a 4th person. So either they're off doing something, or they were outside my vision. I'm willing to bet outside my vision. I will put coin on that.
I would bet my life on it. He is stealthy. He knows how to hide. How to not be seen.
That makes sense, then. Alright. So that's him. He picks up a cloth and he wipes away what he drew.
Oh wait, I have
Next.
a question. I have a silly question.
Yes.
So you know, like how you ever tried to like, if you smelt pepper and it gets in your nose and you just get all flustered. Is there like a magic equivalent where like we can just throw like a bunch of pepper at them and then they can't cast magic?
No.
Oh, okay.
Magic is connected to the soul. You can no more cut off magic from the soul than you could. I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine.
It's
I understand it was a silly
difficult.
question.
Soul magic is something I did look into briefly when I was studying, and it is very convoluted. Difficult.
Or could we limit their ability to cast? Maybe bind them or prevent them from speaking.
Do you happen to have a silence spell?
She nods.
There you go. That will prevent any verbal components of a spell from being said, so that will drastically shorten the amount of spells that they can use.
Oh, you know, Thribby could just break the bastard's jaws.
That could work, but...
That sounds fun, but I don't think I can do it that quickly.
Exactly, I was going to say it's the matter of getting them to hold still long enough. Well, the silence spell is a zone. They would have to fight their way out of it. So my recommendation, drop the silence spell in a spot. Have those of you that can't cast magic keep them inside. Or you could also try throwing them in that teleportation circle and seeing what happens, but it may empower them, may kill them, may do nothing. Anyways, next thing I scryed on was the orb that's in Black Marsh. You're gonna find this. You might actually find this funny. It's held by a tribe of fox people, and they're worshipping it.
Ah, yes. So the same exact thing we saw last time.
Yeah, they were actively praying to it. It's on a plinth of some sort, and they're praying to it.
Hmm. Well, we know that's not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
They're deep in Black Marsh, in a dangerous area of it, so hopefully it does not. Next, which one should I tell you about next? I'll tell you about Villain next. He is currently traveling. I saw him in the back of a cart. I don't know where he's going, but that's what I saw. I will keep tracking him off and on, and I'll let you know if he settles in a location and tell you where that is.
Fair enough.
Alright. Daff, then. He is at the Shroud Ritual. I hope you're ready to kill another anchorite.
Huh. It would certainly be something.
We'll do what we must.
This ritual's more gruesome than the other ritual. Unlike the other ritual, which is stable, which requires no additional input of energy, just to be watched and monitored, what I saw was Davthan actively killing people and throwing them into the ritual.
Right.
And their bodies disintegrating.
We did explain that last time. Ritual requires fresh corpses to keep it up. Sacrifices, if you will.
Yes. And it seems they have to, from what I could see by the pile of bodies on the edge of vision in various states of decay, possibly a few a day. Maybe more. I mean, you are throwing up an entire shield to prevent all sorts of gods from having vision of Nirn. That's immensely powerful, even more so than the teleportation ritual. My thought is, seeing as it has to be actively fed once you get rid of them, and they can't feed it anymore, it dies on its own, probably within 20 minutes, so that'll give you a little bit of time to flee before Manamarco notices it down and goes to see what happened. Depends. So, Daphne is there. Good news, or do you want to save the good news for last?
Save it for last.
Alright. The little girl. The little Dunmer girl that you asked me to scry on, she is held in a desecrated temple to Akatosh. And she does not look good.
What do you mean by that?
Injured, underfed. You would never want to see a child like that. Bound. There were a few other people there too. Looked like a half-giant, an older Breton woman, a Khajiit. What else did I see? Those were the ones that stood out to me. I can't quite remember who else I saw, but those few people, including the child I scried on, are the ones that stood out. Oh, I did see a Malmer. I thought I was seeing things for a few moments. Let me see if I can remember what to describe of this Malmer. I don't often see them, so... It was an older Malmer woman. A little bit of gray in her hair.
But
She didn't look really young. She looked like she had some wrinkles on her face, too. She had white hair, eyes, completely white silver eyes. Caldrin, as that description continues on, it hits you. That's your mom.
yeah, I can't guess that.
It is your mom. Because you know your son and your ex-wife are safe.
Mm-hmm.
You never heard anything about your mom.
Yay.
Oh, now I remember who the last one was. It was a kind of a dirty blonde-haired Bosmer. No antlers. About, points to Alira, her height. Dark green clothes, a little bit of gold. There's a lot of information. You'll have to forgive me. I'm just one man. That and also DM has to look at picture. Golden eyes. Glarier, hits you. That's your uncle.
Oh no, I thought it was gonna be him.
There's your uncle. And last you saw him, he was an Apocrypha.
That's concerning.
That's not good. Glarior immediately tenses and almost completely wild shapes before he drags himself back out of it.
Wait, what?
Is something wrong?
That should be impossible.
How so?
He was an Apocrypha. He was safe.
Apocrypha is a plane of oblivion. You do realize that, right?
Hamamura said they would be safe. We have sworn generations to him.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but even Daedric princes make mistakes. We're hoping one makes a mistake now.
It still doesn't explain anything. We were in Apocrypha. We saw his uncle. Manarako just can't pass the barrier.
That was some time ago.
Does Manamarco have any allies? Any way to access the other realms of Oblivion?
Oh, fuck. They were attacked again.
Fulner could have taken him.
That is a possibility. At the same time, he could have allies. There's a multitude of ways that... Keep in mind, to this day, Daedric princes still interact with this realm. It is said that Clavicus Vile's loyal hound can walk Tamriel without problem. Daedra come to this realm all the time. Clanfear, Scamps, Dromora. There are ways to slip past the liminal barrier.
Wait, so, I just had a realization. We killed 3 of the champions, but one of them got away.
Yup.
Which, was that the champion of Vermina?
I believe so.
It's like that realization that hits him, because this ritual that we did, the ritual return, that happened in Apocrypha, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
And also, another thing that would hit you is when you got to Meridia, down in Manamarco's basement, she had to tear her way back to her realm. There's a thoroughfare.
Oh, dude. Oh, fuck on, man.
Mm-hmm. So, theoretically, if you were to put pieces together, the champion of Vermina got away. Vermina is an ally to Manamarco. Manamarco's pissed about you getting away. Yep. Would have said something to Vermina to give her a task to do. She would have sent her champion to get Airhorn. I can't say his name. I am so sorry. It's like with Glarier in the beginning of campaign. I couldn't say his name. It's just this name is a lot less said. Would have grabbed him and took him to either that ritual site, if there was anything left to create a thoroughfare onto Tamriel, or snuck into the colored rooms and used that thoroughfare back to the Necromancer's Moon.
Taliesin, getting this realization, looks to Glarior. The champion of Hermina, not Falnir.
I told you. We couldn't let them get away.
Look, it's not his fault. The champion of Vermina ran away like a little fucking bitch boy.
We tried to kill them all, but we couldn't.
I told all of you that we couldn't let them get away.
And who says it's their fault? Are you just looking for somebody to blame, or is it truly their fault?
Watch your tongue with me.
If you want to try something, then try it. I did not become the Archmage of the Synod at the age of 32 for you to win against me.
I do not fear you.
I'm trying to help you through a problem.
Honey very uncharacteristically just slams his axe, the head of his axe, on the floor, and is like, "No fighting among our allies. We have bigger fish to fry."
What the Nord said. I'm trying to continue what Janice pointed out to you. You have a problem with admitting fault.
I did not come here to be analyzed.
No, but in order to defeat Manamarca, you might need to look into that, because he, from what I understand, likes to exploit weaknesses.
Shut up!
So be it. Anyways, the last one, the good bit of news, is you said that the shrouding ritual is in the basement of the Vatherin cellars, correct?
Aye.
The orb of Mara is in that building. Not in the basement, but in that building. So you can get the Orb of Mara if you are very crafty and very sneaky. Because I did see Davthin near it a couple times. I did also see Silenir near it a couple times. And I did see Fennec near it a few times. So if you are very sneaky, you can get it. Because if you don't, and you bring down the rituals, your only next chance to get it is to probably get it off of Manamarco himself, because he'll likely keep it on himself at that point.
Right.
While fighting him.
My time has come.
I will not stop saying names. You can't make me stop.
Can we have some good names thrown in with these bad names of like, oh yeah, this person said, yeah, we're totally down to help in this fight, and they'll be on our backup string.
I mean, technically, we got the Vaith Fear for Fennec, so you know.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, I think you guys discovered by this point, this is a very grim, dark campaign.
We need to steal it off of him while fighting him. My time has come.
My time has come. You also have a sneaking chance inside that fucking manor. You get to rifle through Araclane's drawers and steal his panties.
Finally!
Question for player to DM. The bag of holding only explodes if you try to put one bag into another, right?
No, if you cut a hole in the bag, it explodes too, if you turn it inside out as well. So if you tear the bag, slam the bags together, or turn it inside out, it will empty its contents.
Right, okay, yeah, that was my question, because you said it explodes. So I'm just thinking, we could just cut his bag mid-battle and just have everything pour out and then just grab the
Who
orb.
said he had a bag of holding?
You said he would, if he had it on his person.
Yeah, it's in his ribcage, obviously.
That doesn't necessarily mean bag of holding.
Okay, yeah, sorry, he's gonna use the cavity under his lungs to hold the thing. Yes,
He's gonna shove it in his ass.
Well, that works too.
He's gonna put it in his rib cage because he's obviously just has skeleton bones under there, no organs.
Oh, you're right. He has no heart.
Yeah, exactly. He's cute.
Yeah, he has no heart, so he's replacing Mara's orb for his heart, which makes sense because she's the god of love.
He's Mr. Bones.
Barf.
Anyways, so any questions? I have some research to do. Stentis, you have some work to do. My condolences having to deal with the other 7. And Stentis just kind of... well, at least Janice isn't so bad. It's the governor of Burma that pisses me off. By the way, Telson, she's the one that began the whole thing back when you were a baby too. You know, have you removed from my care?
Why am I not surprised?
She's a bitch. Hopefully she's a bit too stubborn to die, so hopefully by the time you take over she's dead, but I wouldn't count on it.
I will make her life a living plane of oblivion, if that's the case.
Good. Contest her on everything you can. If there's anything I taught you, is to challenge that old bag at every turn.
Right. Well. Anyway. I don't think there's any further questions, and Phileas, your notes on what you found are in greater detail, correct?
Yes.
Good.
Stantis. He nods to Taliesin. Stantis hands over the second letter, which puts into great detail, like descriptions of the people, and 100% confirms when you guys look it over that, yeah, it's these specific people. It also details what the room looks like that the Orb of Mara is in. It is inside what looks like a quartz glass case in a small room with no windows, with a locked door, because when he scryed, he could hear the door unlock and saw a shimmer of magic. So you know it's magically locked and mechanically locked as well. He even described the inside of the cart that Villain was in, just because.
Jesus.
Yeah. And he tried to also draw out what the circles look like the best he can, but he does note that this is probably not accurate because there was a lot of blood.
Thank you, again.
Either way, call me and I'll remove the teleportation ritual.
How would you remove the teleportation ritual while it's still there?
I'm a mage. I know how to dismantle magic.
You mean the shroud ritual, mate?
The shroud ritual, like I said, is being actively fed. If you stop giving it fuel, it will die on its own. You will have a certain amount of time between 5 and 20 minutes, like detailed in the letter, to get the hell out of there before it falls and Manamarco notices it's down. Because he will hunt you down if he notices. He will go down to that room, he will try and find out who pulled it down, and if you're still down there, you're gonna die. Because you will be woefully unprepared to handle the Daedric Prince. In which, when you get those rituals down, and you get the Anchorites dead, then we'll talk about how to handle him.
Right. Very well. If there's nothing else, I think it's best that we prepare to leave then.
I think so. Good luck.
And, we'll usher people to leave.
Tiny resists Taliesin pushing at the last moment at the door and is like, oh, we made extra sweet rolls. They're in the kitchen for whoever wants them as thank you for letting us use them. Okay, thanks, bye.
That's where all the flour went. Okay.
Whoops.
Also, somebody's bitching about their oranges going missing.
We put them back after.
My cabbages!
My cabbages! Oh my god, this is the cabbages guy of this universe. It's gonna be my oranges! Anyways, you guys head out. And you pack up. And this is where we'll end today's session as you get ready to formulate how you're going to take down this ritual and get into Alinor unseen with a possible stop to Devaithfear.
Yippee, yippee, yay, yippee.
Yippee!
Yippee! Hold
Alright.
on. Where is it? Where's my... There it is.
I
I caught it!
I got fish my umbrella bag.
Alright.
Well, again, thank you guys for watching. Video will be uploaded roughly within the next day or so be ready for that. You guys have a wonderful night, and we will see you hopefully next week. Take care.
See you next week.